guards in the league. That's the only thing.
Talk about that. If that's where you going with that, we going with the fucking. He's about to go play in Australia.
Hold on.
Don't bring him up no.
He actually hasn't never had a team that is actually that competent enough defensively.
Whether you believe he's efficient or not, considering his play style, it's not.
All right, continue that conversation y'all was having, low key.
Go ahead.
Tyrese Maxey, he is smidge above Tyler Hero, but who is the players that y'all think is on Tyrese Maxey's level?
I actually want to say something before we even start all of that.
Quickly.
So let's go. It is HOOPSTERS podcast episode 3 with Darrel, Casual, and the newest member, Mar.
Yo.
All right, let's go back to what we're talking about because I like hearing Maxey love. So go back to Maxey love. Yes.
Oh yeah, Tyrese Maxey this season he averaging 26 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, shooting 38% from the 3, 45 from the field goal. He's doing great. As Joel Embiid, we're gonna talk about if he could be eligible for MVP. He stepped up for the 76ers with Harden not being there anymore. As you see, he's made the All-Star game this season. We talking about the players that we think he's on their level though. Who do y'all think right now in the league could average like 26, 5 and 4 on good efficiency as a number 2 option?
Are we saying in NBA history? Or we just saying in NBA right now?
Right now.
Like, do y'all think Tyler Hero could do what Tyrese Maxey is doing if he was on the 76ers?
Yes.
No.
I think
if he was on the Sixers,
no. I think you putting them in a situation like similar to Tyrese Maxey where he's able to basically essentially do whatever he wants off of the dribble handoff. He's able to shoot more threes, really take more shots, just period, be on higher volume. Yeah, I think what's McCullough could do it. Tyler Hero could do it. But I was talking about this a little while ago. I would compare Tyrese Maxey in the same tier as Kyrie Irving right now. I think Tyrese Maxey is that caliber player. And I'm not saying the exact player. Like, I understand Kyrie is more skilled, but Kyrie's more skilled than some of the top players in the NBA, like, period. Right? Like, so that's not really saying much when we're talking production and what it actually produces. Like, I think Tyrese Maxey is that tier of Kyrie Irving where that player could be able to go onto any team and he could be a asset in most senses. But no, I don't think he's efficient. I don't think they're going to be exactly similar. But I think when you're looking at Tyrese Maxey and you're looking at Tyler Hero's game, they create shots similar to each other. The only difference is Eric Spoelstra doesn't run nearly as many dribble handoffs as Nick Nurse is, right? Which isn't giving Tyler Hero the ability. Not saying that it's a bad offensive setting, but Tyler Hero's not getting the opportunity to really put up as many shots as Tyrese Maxey.
God damn! I was going
to go ahead and say,
salute Ralph, salute Minor, salute Goat, salute Desto.
If we're going to talk about any player that like you compare, I was going to say Jamal Murray. That's what I was going to go with. If we're going to talk about,
but I think Kyrie is in that same tier with those guys.
We just be saying anyone today, bro. Also, by the way, I just want to say I just looked at Tyler Hero's true shooting. Jesus Christ! Oh my God, yo, he is horrible. Oh my! To tell you, he's averaging 21 points on 54% true shooting. That's like -3 true shooting, -3 when it compared to the league.
And he's shooting 40% from the 3-point line.
Okay. So really what's killing him isn't his 3-point shooting, because he's like, we understand the majority of the shots he's creating is around the perimeter. It's the fact that nigga is a bad a bad finisher. And that nigga is he's a mid-range shooter. He doesn't take nearly as many shots there, and it shows
Tyler?
because you could see, you could see that as far as like his mid-range shooting. Would you say that it's like, is it acceptable? I would say I would accept like being being a slightly above average, but to me personally, I think Tyler Hero's mid-range game is mid. He doesn't use it.
I
And when
think he
does use
goes
it,
to it too much. I think he goes to it too
You
much,
think so?
honestly. Yeah, he goes to floaters and stuff too much.
Oh,
Tyler,
floaters. Okay.
Tyler Hero, he has to go to that shot also because he's been asked to be our point guard with like Kyle Lowry with how he's been playing. So with the addition of Terry Rozier, I think he's going to be asked to be what he is more and be asked to catch and shoot more because I just don't like when he takes those mid ranges too much because he's an elite 3-point shooter. And clearly, look how bad his true shooting is, and he's shooting 40% from 3. It's everything he's doing inside from.
I mean,
I'm actually looking. Go ahead, Darrel.
I was gonna say. I mean, I think he's changed. Like more, I think he's basically just trying to change that up because everyone keeps saying he's a 3-point shooter. So I think he's forcefully trying to take shots that he normally wouldn't take, just to prove to people that he can do more than just shoot from the outside of the arc.
He can do, but not as the main ball handler, like the secondary ball handler. He could do.
And that's why I think they went out and got Terry Rozier, because I think they realized that
he needs some help though. Like, if he has somebody else with him, he could do it. What you saying though, Xeno? You think?
I actually think, because I'm looking at his shot chart, I think his issue isn't necessarily the mid ranges, is that he's taking one of the most inefficient shots a lot, which is the long two. From 16 feet to like the 3-point line, so like long twos. Yeah. He's taken 61 of them throughout the whole season, and he's played 30 games, so that's about 2 a game, and he's making them at 37%. That's just not sustainable.
That's not good,
and that's not sustainable, and that's tanking his efficiency. I think that's the main issue here. I understand getting to the mid range, but you want to do it like how DeRozan, or why he became more efficient, was that he was still taking his mid ranges, but he was trying to get even a step closer to the rim so that he get an easier shot for himself rather than taking those long mid ranges. That's I think was the issue for him. Yeah,
even D-Book. Yeah. And also I do want to say what and this is the big difference between Tyrese Maxey's game and Tyler Hero. Tyrese Maxey, really to say the truth, since he's been in the league, has, if he couldn't do anything else, he could use his speed to be able to get to the rim, and he's not afraid of contact, which is why he's averaging 6 free throws a game this year, which combined with the extra volume that he's gotten this year due to Harden being off the team, that's like I want to say like a three free throw increase from last year. So that's really like, I thought it was 3. It's okay. We're rounding up for both of them. Okay. So yeah, that's a 4. It's 4 to 6. Yeah, so a two free throw increase. And you're looking at Tyler Hero, and Tyler Hero, similar, like if we're going to keep it a stack, he's had the responsibility that Tyrese Maxey just got as far as like ball handler. Tyler Hero's been having that for the last 2 years. Maybe Tyler Hero, and maybe three. And Tyler Hero has barely managed to crack the 3 free throw a game situation for him. And large part of that is due to him just not being him not wanting to create contact, going to the rim. He's not as quick as Tyrese Maxey. Like, there's a bunch of things that Tyrese Maxey has different than Tyler Hero. What I'm strictly saying is, if you give Tyler Hero the ability to shoot 19 shots a game off of dribble handoffs a night, I don't see why he couldn't average 26, 27 points per game. It would not look like Tyrese Maxey's.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you guys off. I want to actually answer this question. This is exactly why I don't think Tyrese Maxey is ready to enter these conversations. I think Tyrese Maxey, this is me, minor. Tyrese Maxey to me is the top of the bottom guards, if you get what I'm saying. The guards that haven't reached the star level players, that's Maxey for me. Because the issue is with Maxey is that he doesn't have a consistent way of creating his own shot. And you just said it. You have Kyrie and Jamal. Both are some of the best tough shot makers in the league, and that allows them to not, even though they're not necessarily the greatest playmakers or passers, that's tough shot making is one of the things that they can lean back on when it comes down to the clutch. I think that's one of the biggest.
But okay. I hear what you're saying. And I'm even reading the comment. I'm with you guys from the standpoint of him not making tough shots. But can you at least admit that Maxey makes up for his non-tough shot making with his downhill play,
which Kyrie and Jamal can both do that, dude.
I don't think Jamal does not have the.
Yes, he does.
Have the speed, especially with the ACL injury. He relies more heavily on his tough shot making than he ever has in his career. So I don't think Jamal has the downhill ability that Kyrie or Tyrese Maxey has. And on top of that, I would say that Kyrie and Jamal, well, outside of Kyrie, outside of Kyrie, Jamal does not have the as nearly as a threat as Tyrese Maxey does shooting off of those DHOs. Like Jamal creates the separation, like slight separation for him to hit those tough shots, which I admit Tyrese Maxey can't do. But Tyrese Maxey makes up for that with his downhill play and his ability to shoot like lightning quick off of those DHOs.
Mm-hmm.
Those are things that Jamal just irrefutably can't do. In Kyrie's case, he can, but even still, I don't think Kyrie gets nearly as much of a dosage as those two do, which is why I compared Kyrie, because I think Kyrie has more skill set than Tyrese Maxey. I think I already accepted that. Yeah. What I'm saying is he does, when we're talking from a production standpoint, Kyrie produces the same as Tyrese Maxey, the same as Jamal.
I just think.
I think both Kyrie and Tyrese Maxey produce more than Jamal if we're keeping this set.
Yeah, but that's just because that's usually what they do in the regular season. The Nuggets offense isn't built around the two best players just bulldozing everybody. It's built around balance and counter-attacking the defense. That's literally how it is built. But I think Maxey is by far the fastest. But I think Kyrie's whole game and his balance around mid-range attacking, his three-point shot being so elite, and his rim finishing, I think we all both can understand. Everyone here can understand that Kyrie is probably the best rim finisher here. Yeah, is either he's the best rim finisher, or if you still believe in Jamal Murray, then it's Jamal Murray. And then you would also have to understand that Kyrie is probably the best mid-range shooter here, or it's Jamal Murray. And then Kyrie is probably the second best three-point shooter here. So if he's everything there on a scoring aspect and he's still a better playmaker than Tyrese Maxey, I don't know what you can say unless you think that Tyrese Maxey's Arsenal is that close enough for them to be in the same conversation. I don't think they should be put in that conversation, because I personally don't see that. I just don't.
Darrel?
Yeah.
Your opinion?
Y'all got anything else to say?
No, I don't.
If y'all made the 76ers starting lineup be DeAnthony Melton, Tyler Hero, Tobias Harris, Nick Batum, and Joel Embiid, do y'all think they would be around the same type of team they is right now?
Yeah. I don't think there's a big difference between both players.
Okay.
Oh, so you agree with me with the Tyler Hero one? It's the Kyrie one that you're staying off on.
Yeah, I think Xeno said that he thinks Tyrese Maxey's on the top of the guards who haven't been stars yet. So for me, Tyler Hero and Tyrese Maxey, when they usually talk about as Emmanuel Quickly, Anthony Simons, Jordan Poole when he was actually good at basketball, all those players, them two have already left those talks. They're not in those talks anymore. But when you get to the more elite guards like Kyrie, Jamal Murray, they're not in that conversation. They're kind of in their own little space between those two categories. That's what I'm trying to say.
I guess what I get, I don't know. I guess I would just have to agree to disagree. I think me personally, especially watching Kyrie, even though like he has these spurts and stuff like that, I think his play is just starting to come down to where he's more in the Tyrese Maxey and the Tyrese Maxey conversations, similar to I think similar to Dame, like get play is just like bringing him back down to earth to where he's closer to Tyrese Halliburton than he is to Curry. You know what I'm saying? Like I think like at a certain point when your athleticism starts to come down, your skill set can only hold you so much, and your production is starting to like become like slightly diminished. You can do what you once did in spurts, but it's not nearly as consistent as you once did it. I think that's when we start to have to take that into account, and I think that's when we start to look at the young guys like Tyrese Maxey, like Tyler Hero, and we start to say, okay, or like Jamal Murray, and we start to say, okay, this may be their time to start to creep more into these conversations. Not saying they're over him, because I still think his skill set is just that elite. But when you're not able to use that skill set as consistently as you once did because your athleticism isn't there, I think that's cause for pause.
Okay.
Darrel? Yep.
No, I got everything. I'm good.
Right.
Yeah, Maxey's around like for me personally, he's around like Drew Holiday, around like DeJounte Murray.
I almost got mad when you said that, but then I sit down and think about it, I'm like, he really is kind of in that tier, yeah.
Yeah, like those older like regressing guards and like the younger ones trying to like he's in the yeah.
Drew Holiday ever been in those the other tiers?
Minor says, was Poole really that good, or was it because he was coming off the bench for the Warriors?
Poole was just good because he was in a good system that fit his game.
I think
fit his game.
I don't think he's bad. If we're gonna keep it a stat, I don't think he's bad. I just think he's taken, especially in his case, individually wise, he just thinks he's much better than he actually is. He thinks he can do stuff that he actually cannot. He think he can run an offense, and that wasn't what was going on there. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think the reality check that he's dealing with right now in Washington is opening his eyes to the reality that he's just not a franchise guard. So yeah, but what do you guys?
I mean, the thing with Poole that I've seen so far this season is that he, like Justin, like you said, he realized that he's not really a starter. But it's also, to me, I feel like when he was in Golden State, because you got Curry and you got Clay, Draymond, you got those players who basically take loads off of you as a role player.
Pause.
You're a role player playing for Golden State, you have it easy. Like, let's be real, because when you got teams whose game plan is to double team Curry and to make sure, Klay Thompson don't get shots off from the outside, you basically have the floor to yourself to do whatever you want. But now since he's in Washington, he doesn't have that. So he thinks he's playing like he still can like isolate himself one-on-one. And that's when teams are like, okay, well, when you drive to the basket, we're going to double team you and we're going to force you to give the ball up, to where now he doesn't know what he wants to do and he just forces shots up.
Yeah. All right. Like, well, go ahead, Mar. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Jordan Poole, he is nice. He's like Duncan Robinson. Like, he could start on some teams, come off the bench on some. Depending where he fits, get it how you live it.
I have a question for you, actually, for Duncan Robinson. How good has his defense gone, in your opinion?
Duncan plays defense like cat, man. He has the same issues. He tries to save every possession like he's the best defender on the court when he really is the worst one. He's just undisciplined. I don't understand it. He's not that great of a defender. He's all right, though. Like, it's cool.
Okay, because I was going to say, all right.
He be playing shooting guard, so, like, he's 6'7", so at least he brings size,
I was going to say, the reason why I asked that question, right, is because if he's gone, like, significantly better from where he was like a season or even 2 seasons ago, his bleeding of value is going to be less and less to the point where you can actually probably start him on a good defensive team and just don't worry about him, missing assignments because he's gonna be one of the best spacers in the league. But hey,
yeah, I agree with you. Sometimes, honestly, I be thinking we should start him because if we have Hero on the bench, it also gives us a shot creator on the bench. I'm thinking Rozier, Duncan, Butler, Love, and Bam because that brings us
space.
What's up?
I was gonna say it's gonna bring space in, and it brings rebounding
and size like next to Rozier because Rozier is so little, and like off the bench because Hero and Butler for some reason they just don't work, man. To be honest, like
they're both ball dominant. That's why.
And it's not even that they just never play with each other. It's weird. Every time Hero's back, Butler's gone. When Butler's back, Hero's gone. They literally don't play with each other. Like it's honestly a chemistry thing. They just don't get on the court.
Also, Tyler Hero's playmaking. What's your opinion on that?
It's decent. It's decent. Like he could be a number 2 ball handler.
Okay.
And then he's in the starting offense. He would be asked to be like a third because Bam next to Butler is usually asked to be the second one because off of hubs and shit, you know.
Yeah, the DHO mentioned.
Yeah.
Why is this nigga quizzing you? That's what
I'm not questioning. I'm just asking because I have questions, dog. Like, damn.
No, why is this nigga quizzing, bro? Hey, what you feel about Duncan Robinson's defense?
Justin,
you like lemon pepper wings or hot wings?
Justin on penis. That's crazy.
Jimmy and Tyler Hero, what you think?
Jimmy and Tyler Hero, that literally did not come out of my mouth. That is crazy.
Out your mouth, crazy.
Man, anyway, Shaq or Yao Ming.
Shaq or Yao Ming is crazy.
Nigga looking through the peephole, Mark Thomas.
Bro, people don't want to see up your nose, dog. Like,
Anyway. All right. Before we move to our first topic of the show, we're gonna go. We're just gonna go real quick. We're gonna get through these chats real quick. Desto said at church right now, but Fox was
praise
snubbed.
the Lord.
We'll talk about that in a second. Both y'all B-ball Paul.
Yeah, B-ball Paul.
I know what he referring to.
Mm-hmm.
We got twins.
You respect the GOAT. The fuck? Respect the GOAT.
It was by accident. Anyway, Go James says salute panel. Goat already know what it is, man. Salute, brother. Salute.
Go James.
Minor has been in the chat this whole time. We've been talking back and forth with him the whole time. So I ain't even gonna worry about you, Minor, because you know what it is. Ralph says salute my bro casual and everyone for sure, brother. For sure.
Salute.
For sure. Yeah. Sports PSP asks thoughts on the Doc Rivers being the head coach for the East.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, we finna get into that.
We about to get into that.
Literally up next, right? Because that's gonna be a part of the conversation. Larger conversation. Ace 30 says salute everybody. Salute, brother. Salute.
Yes, sir.
He said, what's the current comparison right now? We were literally looking for comparisons to Tyrese Maxey. Or players that could be able to mimic what Tyrese Maxey is doing. And so we got into sort of a black hole talking about that. And then, obviously we talked about Minor's comments. So we done caught up real quick. So let's go ahead and shift over to the topics for the day. First topic of the day.
We might want to put Justin on the upfront screen to talk about this first topic.
No. I don't want to do all that. Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me. No, we're gonna be talking about the Bucks now. Shit.
Let's talk about the fraud.
So Adrian Griffin, after leading the Milwaukee Bucks to the second best offense in the league, or the third best offense at the time. A 30-13 record, got fired. I want to say this happened probably about a week or two ago. My fault for us not being here. Blame Xeno. But in replacement,
fuck Xeno, man.
In replacement, they bring in Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers gets brought into
Glenn Rivers.
Brought into the light, and then said, "Huh."
Glenn Rivers.
Okay, nigga. Anyway, but here's the kicker. Right?
Bro,
the crazy part about
picture in full screen. I'm crying.
I'm trying to. Like, come on, bro. Like, you gotta stop. You gotta stop teasing, bro. I'm trying. I don't even know how to do that.
Bro, just literally click the magnifying glass, bro. Click
How
the
you click the
magnifying.
what
Go
the magnifying glass?
mid.
Oh,
Yes, you're bad.
okay. I didn't know, nigga. Like, goddamn. Man, you see what I be dealing with, Mar, bro? I be getting bullied out here, bro. I be getting bullied out here.
You're so
Now,
old, man.
Now, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You know, I'm gonna kick Xeno out, bro. Anyway,
Wait.
No, you talking about so what's going on, nigga? You know what's going on. Anyway, now this is the kicker to all of this. Doc Rivers comes into a situation this offseason where not only did he have his hands on what was going on with the Milwaukee Bucks as far as on the Adrian Griffin side, he was counseling this man. And so I just want to throw this out here before I say anything else. If something comes out about Doc Rivers tampering with Adrian Griffin and sort of like sabotaging this nigga to get fired, it's the nastiest nigga I've ever seen. Nastiest shit I've ever seen. I just want to throw that out there. But long story short, Doc Rivers got brought in, and the way the story goes is he was brought in to help Adrian Griffin, but Adrian Griffin was resisting. He was resisting really from the beginning because that's why Terry Stotts left. And so the franchise was already sort of on edge about him because he's a rookie head coach. He was brought into a situation where it's a win now situation. So that he really didn't have time for him to deal with his growing pains. But add that to the fact that rumors are coming out about him being sort of troubling to his assistant coaches that tried to give him a little bit of advice here and there. He was a little bit of refutal of the advice that was being given from his advisor, Doc Rivers. And so they decided to let him go after 43 games. And they bring in the playoff fraud himself, Doc Rivers. Now,
the one-time champ.
I'm going to leave this to y'all 16 years ago. I'm going to leave this to y'all. Because I'm gonna stay out of this. Because I don't want to get my comments because you know it's gonna be from a point of feeling, not objective.
I think you should really leave the people's camp alone. That's what I think you should do.
Honestly, Doc Rivers to the Bucks for the rest of the season. I love it. Adrian Griffin was Urban Meyer of the NBA. He was the worst head coach I've ever seen in my life. And that comment that you said, if you wouldn't be surprised if Doc Rivers sabotaged them somehow, if he was that bad, that's possible, man. He was that bad. But at least for this year, it's a better ceiling for the Bucks and floor. Because he was that bad. But I don't like extending him. I don't like extending him at all because you ain't gonna like make him prove himself a little bit. Like he could have just made him your intern coach. Ain't like he had a job or nothing. Like they made Doc Rivers the future, without seeing what his plan even is. But he said that he wants POA defenders at the trade deadline. I seen that. I don't know who they would get. Would you like Matisse Thybulle? Like, would he be a option for them? Like, off the bench just for matchups in case they run into the Miami Heat and need to put him on Jimmy Butler? Because if the Bucks run into like a Miami Heat right now, man, I love that matchup. I'm not even playing. I would love to go against the Bucks as quick as possible.
Respect. Matisse Thybulle this season is actually hitting his threes. He's actually a decent 3-and-D player.
Yeah, so like
they're leaving them wide open, but he's still hitting his threes.
Yeah, so maybe that could be someone who the Bucks look for just because they needed POA defender that bad. They got Beasley and Lillard on the top of the key getting cooked out there. They need some help. Maybe
real quick, Mark. Start to drop the link. Look, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna start doing, chat. Right? Oh, we understand that y'all want to get y'all takes off and stuff like that. So we're gonna allow you to do so. We're just gonna finish giving each of the panelists points, and then we're gonna drop the link and allow you guys to come in before we move on to the next topic. We'll give you guys 10 minutes. Was it 10 minutes or was it 5? I forget. But we're gonna give you. It was 5 minutes. We're gonna give you guys 5 minutes each for you guys to be able to get your points off and stuff like that, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. All right. So just hold tight, and we'll drop that link. All right. But go on, Mar.
Oh yeah, Doc Rivers said he's looking for POA defenders. Justin, who's some people? Would you like Matisse Thybulle on the Bucks?
I would actually love Matisse Thybulle. Matisse Thybulle, I've spoke many times on many different platforms about Dennis Smith Jr. being someone that we could look for. Um, Obviously, the Alex Caruso name is always going to be thrown there because
Nah,
he
nah,
fits
y'all don't got a chance. Y'all
we
don't
don't
got a
have
chance.
that. Yeah, exactly. For every other team, for every team that has a case for him, there's plenty of other teams that just have better assets. So we just don't.
No,
We just
y'all
don't
don't
have
even got
enough
a
to
chance
go.
here. It's not possible.
I think Matisse Thybulle, I think Dennis Smith Jr. is a good one. I even think Gary Trent Jr. wouldn't be a bad look because of the way he could be able to stretch the floor while being a solid defender.
He
But
makes a lot of money.
yeah, he also fits the bill for a lot of other teams as well. So I think I don't know. Me personally, the name that just sticks to me is Dennis Smith Jr. He would make so much sense because he's 6'4", pretty stocky, and he's tenacious on the defensive end. He could cover a lot of stuff for Damian Lillard. The
Even though
only
he's mid on
problem,
defense.
who?
GTJ. He has not been that defender you've been thinking.
No. I said Dennis Smith Jr.
Oh, Dennis Smith. I heard GTJ. My fault. I thought you said Gary
No,
Smith.
nigga.
Man.
You said GTJ. Stop talking to me. Anyway. Anyway, y'all finish this because when I get going, I'm not.
Davion and Javon Carter would also be some decent options.
Yeah, Davion Mitchell. The only thing with him is he's 6 foot, so he's not like he doesn't have the size. Yeah, he doesn't have the size, but he's really good. In my opinion, oh whoa, man, are you falling for the angry, stubborn black head coach label? Lol. Anyways, back to what we're talking about. I think Doc Rivers pickup, even though people hate on it and make fun of it, I think really and truly that pickup allows them to really enter into that conversation of a like top 6. Because I have my own list on like who's actually contenders in the contenders this season, and I have the Bucks now 4th out of like the teams that I have. I have 5, possibly 6 with the Suns, but right now it's number 1 Nuggets, then 2 is Celtics, Clippers, and then Bucks. I have the Bucks over the Sixers. But if you've been here before, you've understood that I actually had the Sixers above the Bucks for a long period of time, and that's just because I don't see the vision with the coach. I think the coach sometimes have issues with his offensive and defensive mindset that doesn't allow them to work to their best of their ability. And I think Doc Rivers, although he's not the greatest coach, I think there's a clear leap in mindset and his system that you're going to see that they are actually much better than what Adrian Griffin showed to.
Honestly, I feel like this move was already planned before the season started. It's just as soon as he got fired from the Sixers, Milwaukee went ahead and was just like, we're going to give Adrian Griffin a chance, but if things start to look shaky, we're going to have to get rid of him before like the whole like building burns down, because they're looking to win this year. Because that's what Giannis said. He's looking to win this year and needs everybody on board to win. And so those couple games where they got blown out in those losses, I think management for the front office for the Bucks was like, okay, now it's time to go get Doc Rivers. So I think Doc Rivers was already in the picture for Milwaukee. They just needed something a little shaky to happen in order for Adrian Griffin to get fired. That way they can bring Doc in to finish off the rest of the job for the second half of the season going into the postseason.
You could not be wrong. I dig that thought process.
I mean, because think about it, like we talking about Doc Rivers just randomly getting a job with ESPN for like commentating hoops, and
that makes sense. I'll be real with you.
Tell me he wasn't snooping around this whole time.
To be real, Doc Rivers has always had like a hand in this in the NBA. Like I've seen so many times where he's like a commentator for some games, or like he's on shows. Like Doc Rivers, I don't know why it's specifically Doc out of all coaches, but he's just shown up on some places that you wouldn't think he would show up on. Other than like Stan Van Gundy. But go ahead.
Doc was the best candidate for this job because he's the best head coach that's available right now is Mike Budenholzer, and they fired him. So that'll be like you can't hire him right back. So they have to go and get the second best coach, and it was Doc Rivers. At least he's a player's coach, and he's gonna have the respect of the locker room, and they could just win wherever their talent takes them. Doc Rivers ain't gonna hold them back entirely. Adrian Griffin was doing that.
So we just disrespecting Kenny Atkinson now. Okay, cool.
I do, but like you gotta be realistic. No one's hiring him. You already know that. No one's hiring him.
And I don't know why. If we're giving I have zero idea why.
I don't know why either. Like, what about there's like a really good offensive Mike D'Antoni. Like, why doesn't he get a job? Is he just not interested?
I don't think
Mike D'Antoni.
Okay, can we be?
I would love him on the Hornets.
Can we be honest? I just want to ask you this question.
I would.
I just want to ask you guys this question, and then I'll go back to sitting in the background. Do you guys think that we needed a offensive head coach to make this offense work, or we needed a supremely offensive heavy head coach for us to make this work? Because I think, me personally, I think if we're going to keep it a stack, I think if you would have given the Phoenix Suns Doc Rivers and you give us Frank Vogel, we would be just fine.
I was just about to say, y'all need a defensive coach.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Y'all need a solid defensive coach. The offense is going to come within itself for the pieces y'all have. Mm-hmm. But defense, to get these players defensive minded, especially if you can convince, I'm not saying Damian Lillard is like not trying to play defense, but if you can get him to actually like play like, a little bit better defense, I think Milwaukee could definitely be like a definitely higher chance into winning another championship.
I think the Bucks messed up firing Mike Budenholzer. I think they need a leader at coach, and they got that with Doc Rivers because the players, these are veterans, and they were the ones telling Adrian Griffin what to do. These guys, they're veterans, and Mike Budenholzer got it instilled on them how to play defense. They know the scheme. Brook Lopez, Giannis, they know that they need a POA defender. That's why Doc Rivers said that's what we're looking for. If they got that in the playoffs, if the Bucks can make a trade for a defender that I respect on the perimeter, they're a contender. If they go in with Malik Beasley and Damian Lillard as their defenders against a series against the Miami Heat, the Celtics, that's scary. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed loss, but I'm saying that's scary.
I'm gonna say this too, because I know y'all said Matisse Thybulle, which is definitely a good pickup, but also too, I think a good pickup for a guard that's a great defender that nobody talks about much. And I feel like if you get Mikal Bridges out of Brooklyn to come over there,
we ain't got enough assets. We ain't got enough assets, brother.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If y'all had the assets, like that would have been a perfect match right there.
Even a perfect match is a little bit of a stretch. Well, no, it wouldn't be. I
don't think it's a stretch.
Yeah, I don't think. I walked it back. I don't think it would be terrible. My only hesitation would be exactly what would we give up to get him? Because Chris Middleton would be one piece, but that wouldn't be all.
Middleton.
You don't have any first round picks. You have 0 first round picks, and I saw a rumor this morning that a team offered 5 for Mikal. I know that's cap, but it probably like is really like 3.
Shoot, give up Crowder. Give up Crowder and release freaking Antetokounmpo. Not Giannis, but
they ain't doing that.
The Nassus? They ain't giving up the Nassus for nobody. The Nassus for nobody. The Nassus is he's a untradeable piece, bro. He's a untouchable, man. Untouchable.
Bro brought up Vanessa. I have to say, man, who's gonna tell him? I don't got the heart.
I don't have the heart to tell him. No, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I just want to get into these chats real quick because Miner and Sturdy been going crazy in the chat. Sturdy says, well, all right. So Sturdy says Doc is gonna be the all-star head coach.
Yeah.
Miner said you can't be a rookie head coach and be stubborn.
Yeah.
That actually is objectively not true.
No,
If you
no,
look
no.
at,
Adrian Griffin was.
I think Adrian Griffin was stubborn. The same way that I would like to say that what's the head coach for the Charlotte Hornets? Clifford, when he
Steve
was
Clifford.
coaching, yeah, when he was coaching for the Magic, which if I'm correct, I think that was his first job.
I
He was
think
stubborn
so.
there,
Yeah.
and he was stubborn there. He got fired, and then he got signed to the Charlotte Hornets, and he was stubborn, and he's been stubborn there, and that's why he's about to get fired this offseason as well. So no, there's plenty of head coaches that's been stubborn. Sturdy said neither coaches are bad coaches. I agree. I think Doc Rivers has gotten. I think we OD on Doc Rivers as far as who Doc Rivers is. I think if you want to say that he does not make adjustments in the postseason, if you want to say that he's not that he lacks floor spacing in the postseason, I tend to agree. But some of the things that we say about Doc Rivers, you could literally say for the majority of the head coaches in the NBA. I think the only exceptions to the rule are those that are in NBA history as one of the greatest coaches of all time. You can't say it for Greg Popovich, one of the greatest head coaches of all time. You can't say it for Eric Spoelstra, one of the greatest head coaches of all time. You can't say it for Tyronn Lue, one of the greatest head coaches of all time. Like outside of those three, there's no head coach that has a head coaching job in the NBA that you can say without any type of Steve Kerr. Outside of those four, there's no head coach in the NBA that you can legit say are just like they make these adjustments that needs to be made in the postseason, or they need to or they have a perfect offense and defensive setting for the personnel that they have before them. Like none of those head coaches can do that outside of those four that I named. And so I think that we have to come
There's a little more, but
who
Mike Malone.
Ime.
No. Ime Udoka, to be honest.
Ime Udoka?
Yes, he does.
Bro, come on now. I could give you the Bucks series. I'll give you. But
I'll even give you the Heat series, the one that they lost.
You think the Heat? The Heat series in 2020? That wasn't
the one that they lost. Bro, we played them so many times.
Y'all played them in 2020. That was Brad Stevens. Y'all played them in 2021. Did y'all play them
his rookie 2022 year? His rookie.
Yeah, y'all played him in y'all played him in 2022, and he didn't make adjustments when they won. That's why I went 7. That's why I went 7 because Eric Spoelstra was coaching circles around him, and he didn't know what to do.
Nah. He was making adjustments. I remember he put Robert Williams on Bam Adebayo, which is a perfect matchup because they weren't
the center on the center.
No, because they weren't playing him as much, and then they ramped it up that series because they're both small bigs who are athletic, and Miami in a lot of series that's how we run like Brook Lopez off the court. He's so big and slow that when Bam just runs him off the court, that's what he was doing at Al Horford to begin the series. And then Ime Udoka realized that and put Robert Williams in with him, and they used the 2 big lineup to instead like double up on the small big.
Couldn't you just say that those minor adjustments are things that Doc? It's not like Doc Rivers doesn't make those adjustments at all.
That's why I said it's a good hire for them.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying anything that we criticize Doc Rivers for, that literally is attributed to everybody outside of some of the greatest head coaches of all time, that can be attributed to them. So like us calling out Doc Rivers specifically for him not doing what every other head coach does not do on a consistent basis, at least, I feel like that's being a little bit disingenuous. I think Doc Rivers does have a place for the Bucks, and to this, Miner says Doc has no positive impact on the Bucks. I feel like that's factually incorrect. I think Doc Rivers, if you look at them on a defensive end, they actually have a system set in place of them attempting to hide Damian Lillard, which is large part of why they ended up smoking the Dallas Mavericks last night. He brings in logic, and that's what Adrian Griffin didn't bring in on the defensive end this earlier this season. There was a lot of times where you were looking at everybody and they didn't know where to go, they didn't know what to do, in large part due to there was not a system in place, there weren't rules set in place, there wasn't any type of uh um there wasn't any type of plays that were set in place for them to know exactly what position to be in when they were as far as counters go. In Doc Rivers' case, he's trying to implement that already. He just got here and he's trying to implement that. And then on the offensive end, I think he brings exactly what we were asking Adrian Griffin to bring. That Dame and Giannis pick and roll being used more frequently. I saw in the game against the Dallas Mavericks last night that that they were using it more frequently, and even in some instances, and this is what got me. Dame is setting a screen in some of these and fading out.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a unique way of doing that, and it could actually be effective, especially if you're going.
It is effective.
I think
unique.
In the pick and roll.
Hey, all I know is Jokic and what's his name? Jesus Christ, Jonas and Jamal Murray just rolling their graves right now, bro. They do not exist anymore.
I mean, okay, I'm not saying that it's not effective or it hasn't been used before. I'm saying it's unique from the standpoint of
wait.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm saying, is it unique from the standpoint of any of us were speaking about that's what Adrian Griffin needed to do with these two? Were we talking about a Giannis and Dame pick and roll, or were we talking about a Dame and Giannis pick and roll? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Agreed.
we were thinking they just needed to be more frequent on the Dame and Giannis being the pick, the screener. Mm-hmm. We did not even fathom that being an option. And the fact that Doc Rivers is going to that's unique, and it looks to be effective, especially if you're going up against slow-footed guards that don't have the bandwidth to be able to stay in between the two. I think that could be OP as shit. But
TLDR, you're just saying, yo, we thought of Damon, what's called a normal PNR, not an inverted PNR. I do want to say a few things. Flight Sports, let's go. And I'm gonna get into this conversation later on because I'm starting to really get annoyed when people bring this up. But you can go do your thing.
No, I'll just run through these chats real quick. Doc has no positive impact. We already spoke about that. What is the Doc system? The Doc system is literally a pick and roll. It's literally a pick and roll system. You saw it when he was the head coach for the Boston Celtics. No. You saw him when he was the head coach. It goes way back to when he was the head coach for the Boston Celtics. Rajon Rondo was pick and rolling with Kevin Garnett. He would run pick and pops with not Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce. Even Kevin Garnett would run some pick and pops as well. He also would have the shooter Ray Allen, JJ Redick, running off of screens while a pick and roll is going on, so that you could be able to have an extra option if the screener was not available. So his offense is literally a pick and roll offense. And then on the defensive end, I would argue it's is it more of an ice heavy defense, as far as like whenever like coming on the screens he ices a lot. Or would you say it's more of a drop?
I feel like Doc Rivers is a lot of bend don't break. That's just the type of coach he is. He's just middle of the pack, bend don't break. It's the talent is gonna take. You can make a conference finals and choke with him. You know, like I'm being honest. like he's cool. Like with Adrian Griffin, bro, you may have got first rounded for real. With Doc Rivers, you know, you could make a conference finals, I guess.
All right, can we go to this conversation now?
We're almost done. We're almost done, and then you can have the floor. Sturdy says no, they didn't plan to fire AG before the season. Darrel, I think that's pointed towards you.
I know it was pointing towards me. I believe that was the plan, though. That's my personal opinion, though.
Yeah, Miner said Griffin wasn't holding them back. I think he was, just because there's things that you don't know until you actually go through it, and so you being a rookie head coach, there's certain things that you could tell Adrian Griffin to do, but Adrian Griffin doesn't know why he needs to do those things, and so therefore he's not going to do it. Was see Sturdy also said, "What's up with y'all and Kenny Atkinson?" Kenny Atkinson he was a good coach. He is a good coach.
I think he
But,
is.
like,
I think he's cool, bro.
underrated. Like at the very least, he should
Give
get
him
a
as an
head coaching
assistant.
job on some of the. Well, no, I think he's already an assistant, but at the very least, he should be a head coach for some of these bad teams. Like Wes Unseld Jr. gets a head coaching job for the Washington Wizards. Why can't Kenny Atkinson?
Don't even. Let's
Steve
not even
Clifford-
talk about
Don't
that.
do that. Don't do that.
Let's not talk about that right now.
Steve Clifford has a head coaching job for the Charlotte Hornets. Why can't Kenny Atkinson? Like, let's be real around here. Like Kenny Atkinson showed that he's actually competent. We know why though. We know why. Miner said, "Why get a defensive coach when you don't have the personnel?" The reason why you get a defensive coach when you don't have the personnel is because they actually have philosophies that they could bring to those teams that could be able to disguise the obvious flaws that's within the team's personnel. Like, look at the Phoenix Suns. Look how much better they look as a defensive unit, and nobody thought that they would be a top 15 defense. That in large part is because of the philosophy that Frank Vogel brings that can be able to bring out the best self of Devin Booker, the best defensive self of KD, the best defensive self of Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen. Like these, but Nurkic is not looking that bad. Like the defensive flaws that some of these players have can be hidden, and their strong suits can be elevated because the defensive head coach actually knows what to do with those said players. And then and the reason why you would bring that to a team like the Bucks is because we have enough offensive talent, enough offensive firepower. We should be a top 15, top 10 offense in our sleep. Like that's not even our concern. Like we looked at Dame, Giannis, and a bunch of shooting, and we just knew that it was going to work. So you don't need a head coach that's going to like be like this mad genius like a Mike D'Antoni to make this work. You just needed somebody that was competent enough to put them in the right places, run the right sets, and on the defensive end, really do a great job of disguising Damian Lillard. And that's why you would go for a defensive coach, or at the very least a defensive assistant coach, and just give them the reins to that.
And I was gonna say, going back to the comment that I know was directed towards me about me saying I feel like the plan was for Adrian Griffin to really just not be there.
Mm-hmm.
It came to my head because I don't know if y'all remember what year it was, but there was a few years ago, Mike Brown, he was hired by the Lakers back when Kobe was playing, and the Lakers, we lost all of our preseason games. And they fired Mike Brown immediately and picked up D'Antoni.
Yeah.
And so that's where it came to my head. That's probably what the Bucks were getting into, because there's been instances like that where we've had coaches come in the league. They don't even last on a team. They could have a good record or could maybe lose a couple costly games they should have won and be out the door. And then the team's already got somebody literally 24 hours later hired.
Mm-hmm. Sturdy says Ty Lue is great, but of all time, not yet. I think he's on the lower tier. Me personally, like I think Ty Lue for an 8-year stretch. I mean, well, okay, let's say 6 years, because he was, I think, what was it, 2019 and 2020? He didn't have a head coaching job. He was an assistant coach. But starting from 2016, when they came back from 3-1, all the way to now, I think Ty Lue has done enough work to where he should be, like I'd say, like a top 20, top 15 head coach all time. And he's climbing up the ranks the more he has these deep postseason runs that show his identity and how versatile his identity is in certain situations. Like I think Ty Lue, his resume is slightly underrated at this point when it comes to all time talks. But that's just me. Minor says Ime is great, but come on. I agree. I think Ime is great, but I think separating him from Doc Rivers, like I think that's a little too hasty. Minor says Doc brings in logic to the playoffs. I'm not fighting that.
That's the one I wanted to talk about. Go. This is something that I've had issue with people, bro. I get it that there's coaches that don't translate well to the playoffs because they don't change their philosophy, and they usually stick to one way of dealing with things, and then when that gets figured out, that's an issue, and that's why certain teams fail. Mike Budenholzer is an example, Doc Rivers is an example. We understand that. But when you have a coach that already does things that allows the team to get progressively better, that's still better than having a coach that doesn't necessarily have the acumen to do that at this moment of time because he needs to go through the growing pains of being a rookie coach. That is still better. And I dislike when people bring stuff like, oh, till the playoffs because of people's past. And I do agree. Doc Rivers is not going to be like a great playoff coach because he doesn't change it up. But is this like, how do I explain this? People have this thing where when you speak very factual, when you say stuff that is very factual about someone, they tend to now try and jab back with this like negative thing about someone that you're speaking facts about. And it annoys me because we spoke on what Doc Rivers does for a team, and you don't, and instead of understanding where we're coming from and just leaving it as that, you have to now say till the playoffs. It's just, hey, it might be my own pet peeve, but that annoys me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that annoys you as a 76ers fan at all. But Doc Rivers, he'll help the Bucks out. I don't know why people so low on. I'm low on him, but like so low to the point they don't even think he could be a coach. He could be a coach, and we just know that they're gonna be what they are. The thing is, he gets out coached in those situations because teams that are making finals runs usually have the elite coaches. That's just what it is. He has to go against Eric Spoelstra and Mike Malone. Those guys are just better than him. We know that.
What you say? Shoot, I'd rather have Doc than freaking have Darvin Ham, but that's
exactly
for another day.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's going to get out coached by coaches that's better than him. If we made a coach rank, we would have all those guys above him. Why are we surprised that he gets out coached by him?
Yeah, well, like let's be real about the history of Doc. But that sounds like everyone's system. The thing Doc is known for out of bounds play. I mean that can be a wrinkle in his play. We're talking about the grand scheme of like on face surface. But go ahead, Mar. I'm sorry.
I was watching the Bucks game the other day. I'm so happy I brought this up because I'm talking highly of him, but I could also criticize him. This nigga is stupid. Talking about out of bounds. At the end of the game, fam, check me out, fam. At the end of the game, Damian Lillard inbounded the ball to Giannis, and Giannis missed both free throws. Why is Dame inbounding the ball to Giannis? like
that was such an absurd
switch up, bro.
And then Giannis goes and misses both. Like, we don't want Giannis to just inbound the ball to Dame. Like, wouldn't that make sense? But okay, dog. Okay, dog. Look, that's strike one.
Switch up his generation.
That's strike one. That's strike one. I ain't gonna lie. That's strike one. But that's the type of stuff that he's gonna do in a close game in the playoffs, and then they lose. But like, at least they made it that far. You know, like he's a good coach. He's cool.
What I have to say to you, Mar, that was generational, man.
Nah.
Yeah, I didn't gonna lie to you.
Nah, bro.
I didn't gonna lie to you. That's exactly what y'all can expect from this nigga. Because this nigga jumped out of nowhere with that.
That was so awkward.
That nigga said, "Let me tell y'all something."
Bro, that happened in last week's game when Giannis missed both free throws.
Yeah.
You might have to clip that one. I'm sorry, Justin. You might have to clip that one.
Yeah, somebody timestamped that. I don't know when the fuck that happened. But no, okay. So I just want to say this. To me personally, I think the Doc Rivers selection is actually a great selection. The reason why I feel like it's a great selection is because I think if Doc Rivers does nothing else, he gives us a veteran head coach. He knows what it looks like. He knows what it takes personally for him to get through, develop like camaraderie between the team. And if he doesn't do anything else, he can coach a solid defense. The problem is on the offensive end. Can he make the proper adjustments for him to be able to weather the storm against a team like the Boston Celtics? Because if we're being quite honest with you, talent for talent, the only team that we are being compared to is the Boston Celtics. Everybody else, I think at this point in time, especially with the 76ers dealing with their problems with Embiid, which we'll talk about a little later. There's only one team that we're really just getting prepped for, and that's the Boston Celtics. So can he make the proper adjustments in the offensive end? And I would like to think no, he can't. But does he have to? Because I think Dame and Giannis have shown, especially throughout this season so far, that they're healthy and they're primed for a postseason run. And so if they're healthy and they're primed for a postseason run, I think offensively, say what you want about Giannis's efficiency. That's not what his strong suit has ever been. As far as him being an efficient scorer, he's been an efficient finisher, and that transfers over well to the postseason. And then two, he also I think Dame gets a bad rep, large part due to something that's out of his control. He has never played with a team that has been this talented, had this much floor space, and had a dominant figure at the level of Giannis. So I think that there's cause to reason that the offense is not going to drop nearly as much as people think because of Doc's flaws. As far as like Dame and Giannis, because I think that they can carry the offense on their own. They don't really need Doc to do much. They need him to put them in the proper position to disguise Damian Lillard. Dame just has to be hidden. That's really what this comes down to. If you hide Dame well enough, we should make it to the NBA Finals very easily.
I don't know about very easily. I don't know about.
I think very easily, especially watching the Boston Celtics over the last 4 games.
Nah, I don't agree.
Come on now, Mar.
No. Because you need to sit down. You need to sit down and really realize what Dame is gonna have to deal with when they go against the Bucks, man. That guard defense.
When they go against the Celtics.
Yes, yeah, the Celtics. Sorry, that Bucks guard defense. Oh boy,
Celtics defense.
I keep saying Bucks, don't I?
Because you're used to Drew Holiday playing for us. I get it. I do.
The Celtics guard defense. Oh, yo, I remember watching that Celtics defense against when Maxey was playing, and I was seeing him switch off of Drew Holiday to switch off of Drew Holiday, only for him to then get onto Derek White. And I literally physically said, I feel bad for this man. 2 guards that can match with his speed fast enough, and he can't necessarily like shake him off as well. Yo, nah. And you're telling me Dame has to do that when he's not even faster than them? They can even catch up more. And then both of them are really good POAs as well, and can get over screens very easily. Oh, I feel bad for Dame, bro.
No. I'm not saying that Dame is going to transfer over. Like we're gonna see him like he's gonna have that postseason run of where his efficiency doesn't drop nearly as much, because we know that that's not going to happen. What I'm saying is, even for the offense making the drop that we know that it can, especially against the Celtics of all teams being as good as they are defensively, as versatile as they are defensively, I think that we can also look at the Damian Lillard and Giannis experiment and see that these players don't really need much for them to work well together. Even against the Boston Celtics in the game that they lost and the game that they won, Did you guys see Adrian Griffin running too many sets for Dame? Because I didn't. And you know what Dame was able to do? Dame had the wherewithal to be able to call for a screen from Brook Lopez, which brought Al Horford out. And he was able to take advantage of that on the second game. And in the first game, even though he struggled, you know what he was able to do? He was able to use the gravity that he was getting from Drew Holiday and Jaylen Brown to be able to get the ball to Malik Beasley, who was able to knock his shots down. He was also able to get the ball to Giannis, who had I want to say I think he had like a 30-point game that year. That game. So I think you don't need Dame and Giannis offense to be the way it is right now, being a top 3 offense. I think that they can get a top 5 offense in the postseason, like just off of their skill set alone, because they have floor spacing, they have the best rim runner in the league, and they have one of the most prolific and they have one of the most prolific shooters in the league in Dame. So I think that they'll be fine there. It's just a matter of the defense. If they can hide Dame on the defensive end, I think the Celtics are showing evidence of the concerns I said in the offseason, and it's starting to rear its ugly head right about this time. And the Boston Celtics are going to give up this series in large part due to Jason Tatum, Mr. Sidestep Tatum, Mr. James Harden Tatum. And Jaylen Brown is going to give up the fact that nigga still don't have no left hand. And Kristaps is not as much of a rim protector as any of us even thought he is. He's the
He is fine. You just be saying
anything.
No. I'm saying okay. Paint protector is fine, but as far as a rim protector, is he stopping Giannis? Because he didn't stop. He's stopping Giannis. He's stopping Giannis. He's pretty good. Okay, that's my point.
You said you made it comfortably different.
No. Because in the offseason, I said I think that Kristaps being 7'3" could be able to pose some problem for Giannis. Then I'll go on to watch these 2 games that they played in the regular season. He hasn't stopped that nigga at all. At all.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta bounce real quick. I got an emergency that just happened. So,
all right, brother. Go
Stay
ahead,
safe,
bro.
homie.
Hey y'all, while we interrupted, look in the group chat. All right, I sent y'all a clip of what I was talking about with the Doc Rivers thing.
I got you. All right, real quick before we move on to the next topic, I'm gonna drop this link.
Yeah, hands. Sorry,
okay, nigga.
And Xeno, when you was doing your power rankings earlier, I started a list this morning. It was funny. I got to number 11.
Nigga did a power ranking.
Yeah. I was getting my power rankings ready, and Xeno got his own. So I got the Nuggets 1, Celtics 2, Clippers 3, Thunder 4, Bucks 5,
Thunder 4.
Yeah, Wolves 6, Suns 7, Knicks 8, Cavs 9, Heat 10, Mavericks 11, and I wanted to put the 76ers here, but I want to ask you, like, what's up with Embiid? I
don't think we're at the stage. I don't think we're at the stage. We're gonna
talk about that. We're gonna talk about that.
All right. Yeah.
Yo, sturdy.
I don't know what's going on over there, huh? Hey, that's why I told you. The season, but in the playoffs, CP. Yeah. Yo, what's up, sturdy?
Yo, what's good, y'all, man? How y'all doing, man?
Go ahead, do your thing, brother.
We got Jimmy Butler.
You know how it is, guys. We always bring the educated ruckus, but the thing is, like, y'all kind of hit most of the points on the head. It's just Doc is not a bad coach. And to be honest with you, he's the only all-time great coach that gets this BS. To be honest with you, like a lot of people prefer to lean on Bate. A lot of people prefer when it comes to Doc, and it only is Doc. People like to lean on vague narratives instead of just what his strengths and weaknesses and just leave it at that. To say he don't perform in the playoffs, how is hell that possible with a great coach who not only won a championship, also got to the finals again, got to, I think, 4 conference finals, but he don't do it in the playoffs. Don't make any sense. And then when people say, oh, he always underachieved with every team, that's a lie, because he didn't underachieve with the Celtics because they not only won, but they lost when KG got hurt and lost again when they were dealing injuries since then. So that makes sense. They didn't underachieve with the Clippers besides 2020, even though that wasn't Doc's fault. But people forget right before they got Kawhi and PG, he completely overachieved when it had no All-Stars. They not only made the playoffs, but also took the Warriors, the defending back-to-back champ Warriors, to 6 games. So it's like people, but that's just what it is. Like the average person don't like details, they don't like do research, they don't like to be objective. The narrative always feels and sounds better than just facts. I don't know why, but it just do. It is what it is.
Why do you think I had to sidebar and talk about it? Because I just dislike this whole notion of like how we get it, that he has a lot of blunders. But this is in context of when you're comparing him to some of the best coaches of all time. Doc Rivers, I'm not saying he's a great coach. I don't even think he's a great coach because I think that's a bit too much. But he is a good coach, though. I think people are way too hung up on his past failures because of how prolific he is and how people bring him up to be one of the best coaches of all time. But if you said Doc Rivers, if Doc Rivers wasn't given the name Doc Rivers because of him winning the chip and everything, and they treat him like who's that coaching on the Kings?
You talking about Mike Brown?
Mike
Brown. People would not be having this issue with him. People would not be talking about him this way because Mike Brown's blunders are not brought up.
I do you one better, Xeno. They don't do it with Rick Carlisle. When Rick Carlisle got hired,
oh boy,
they were like, "Oh, this is a great hire by the Pacers," but they don't want to keep that same energy and don't actually. People want to talk about, "Oh, Doc underachieved since he won the chip," but they don't want to keep that same energy when it comes to Rick Carlisle, who literally never won a playoff series since 2011. This is the BS I'm talking about.
I think like those are different situations though. Like I think
casual. No, bro. Is once again is people being hypocritical, and that's okay. Just be transparent about it. If you go, I remember the headlines when Rick Carlisle got hired as Pacers. It was nowhere near the venom people had when Doc Rivers getting hired.
But do you recognize the difference between Rick Carlisle getting an Indiana Pacers job and Doc Rivers shortly after losing his job with the Los Angeles Clippers led by Kawhi and Paul George, then proceeds to get a head coaching job with Joel Embiid and James Harden and Tyrese Maxey. Then proceeds to get a job with Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons, and Tyrese Maxey and Tobias Harris. Then proceeds shortly after that to get a head coaching job with Damian Lillard and Giannis at the helm. Like you see the difference between Rick Carlisle and Doc Rivers like situation.
No, like I said, it's based off, like I said earlier, it's based off being hypocritical with your critiques as well as personal expectations. Because in reality, when your best players get hurt, you're not going to win. That will happen on the Celtics. That will happen on the Celtics. That will happen on the 76ers. That will happen on the Clippers. In reality, Doc got criticized for getting traded to the Clippers. Doc got criticized for being hired by the 76ers, and Doc got criticized for being hired by the Bucks. Rick Carlisle received no criticism being hired by the Pacers. That's the point. That is literally the point. And it's only based off. It's only based off personal expectations. Because, like I said, in reality, people don't want to answer this question. How many times did Doc Rivers had a fully healthy roster when he did make playoff runs?
He's not that many times, but funny thing about Doc Rivers is almost on every single one of his teams, he's had like a historic playoff choker. Like someone who, like, not choker, but people who infamously like are known to underperform in the playoffs, like Embiid, Harden, Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons
Paul George in that playoff run with Doc Rivers, he infamously underperformed.
But they also
Chris Paul does
not. Chris Paul does.
With the Clippers, he would underperform because of health, which is underperforming.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's fair.
Like his whole career, he just had people who unfortunately disappointed. If the Bucks should win the championship, if they're like the best team, clearly they got the best roster, everyone on their fits, they could win a ring. And I wouldn't bet on it, but with Doc Rivers, it's possible. It's possible.
That's
possible. It's crazy.
You can have any critique anyone wants with Doc. My thing is be realistic with your critique, and be consistent. That's all I ask. Like, for example, Minor, we literally discussing the literally in details of each situation, but once again, he chose to stick with the vague narrative because it's easier. All that talent Doc had, he didn't get the job done. But in reality, once again, you don't just need talent to get the job done. You need health, you need consistency, you need execution, and of course a little bit of luck.
Little bit.
But hey, just the talent. This talent. It's okay, whatever. But
little bit of luck. All right, bro.
I took a vow to myself in the new year, new me. I do try to debunk and the dumbass narratives. However, I only give it one try. After that one try, I just label people visceral and call it a day.
Well, people are stupid, so there's that.
No. Visceral is not stupid.
No. I'm saying people are stupid. So I don't know. Like people like you can try to show someone like the light, but if they don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like if they
Yeah,
don't want
they're visceral. Like for example, my brother Minor. Minor is nowhere near a stupid person, but he's visceral. And matter of fact, Minor is transparent with his visceral perception. He's about that with KD. He's about that with Doc, and I respect that for Minor.
You respect someone who doesn't. All right. I mean, type shit.
type shit. All right,
Oh,
we're about to move. We're about to move on. Study. If you want to stick around, I can bring you back up after we finish the next topic. We're gonna be talking about
no doubt. And you were definitely capping about Ty Lue being a top 15 to 20 head coach all time. You are ignorant, sir. You will not miseducate these people.
Might be wrong.
I would like to hear.
Justin, he might be wrong about that. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I could be wrong, but I need to hear the names. I need to hear the names. I could be. I'm never against being wrong.
You guys supposed to the top 10?
What's your top 5?
All right, bet. Okay.
Yeah, he's top 5.
You guys, I ain't do person none.
Because I'm not even gonna lie to you. He if we keep it in the stack, I think Greg Popovich is already ahead of him. I think he has the longevity argument, but I think quiet as kept. I was just about to say quiet as kept. Eric Spoelstra's building up the longevity argument, and you can say whatever you want. I give Greg Popovich a lot of credit. Not a lot of credit because I give more of it to Tim Duncan's greatness, but I give him a lot of credit for what he did in 2003. But what Eric Spoelstra has done, specifically last year, with the talent pool he had on that Miami Heat team, that rivals anybody. Like the job he did, making the proper adjustments, outsmarting some head coaches that if we're keeping it a stack, if they had more talent than him, and he was just playing games with them.
Try
Mike Budenholzer and him doing something as simple as a full court press. and Mike Budenholzer didn't know what the fuck to do. He didn't know what the fuck to do, bro. He didn't know what the fuck to do. So the Eric Spoelstra is top 5. And an argument is starting to be made if he just like me personally, if he just does 5 more years, he's in that Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich pool. Argument can be made, he's already there. But I just need 5 more years. And it's done.
That means y'all haven't seen breaking news for the Miami Heat. We extended him 2 weeks ago, 7 years, 120 mil.
Yeah.
I already seen that shit.
Yeah,
he's the richest head coach of all time.
Yeah, and one thing, he also is blessed because we in Miami, so like I feel like
in Miami.
He's a Miami Heat fan. You better act like you know.
I feel like even after like the Jimmy Butler era, with how good Bam is and how great of a fit he would be to any star player, somebody will come here pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like
I don't think that's out of the question, especially like to be honest with you, I think Jimmy would be traded within a year or two.
Nah. Jimmy's retiring your Heat. What?
You think so?
Yeah. I don't care. I'm extending him this offseason for the 300 mil.
I'm not. No way. All right, you're all right, nigga. All right, bro. We're moving on. I
don't care. He's more valuable than Jaylen Brown.
We're moving on.
I mean, you're not wrong with that one. But...
All right, we're moving on. We're going to All-Star Snubs.
That right-hand bandit, man.
Oh,
sorry, Karen.
What? Bro, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? Like, god damn.
I don't see the issue. He's a right-hand bandit. What's wrong with that?
I bet you don't, nigga. I bet you don't. All right, guys. So we're gonna real quick. If you guys haven't, we got how many people we got? We got 4 people. We need at least 4 likes. And also make sure to make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, man. We appreciate all of you guys being here, interacting in the chat. We're gonna give you guys shout outs in just a little bit, but real quick, All right, so I just want to lay out the blueprint for you guys. This is the 2024 All-Star roster. So we got Giannis Antetokounmpo leading the Eastern Conference starters. You got Joel Embiid, Tyrese Halliburton, Damian Lillard, Jason Tatum. Before we go any further, what pops off of your screen from that? Just that starting lineup alone.
Dame sticks out like a sore thumb.
See, for me, it's Jason Tatum. Not just kidding.
What? Oh no, Dame. Yeah, you could argue. You could argue right now. Actually, not even argue right now. Trae Young's been playing better than Damian Lillard.
No.
Oh, is it the Christopher D?
Why would you say no? Trae Young has been playing better than Damian Lillard.
Yeah, Chris, as soon as we get done, what did he say? I want to ask y'all about Mark Jackson coaching Steve versus Curse coaching. Okay, for sure. As soon as who is Christopher D? Xeno, like, you are fanboying right now. What's going on?
All right, stop that.
Okay. All right, buddy. Anyway, the reason why I don't think that Trae Young has been playing better than Dame doing the totality. We're talking totality of this season. Is because of that really bad start that Trae Young had, and even with him upping his play, it hasn't transferred to a lot for the Hawks. Due to really just him not changing his style of play for the betterment of the team. Like, numbers wise, I'll give you. I think his numbers look better than Dame's. But when you add into the context that Dame is in a situation where he's trying to really be, he's trying to be a second. He's trying to be a winning player. He's trying to be a second option, which is two things that he hasn't had to be in Portland. I think that I give him more leeway, in my opinion. Plus, I think for the amazing games that you say that you could point out for Trae this season, I think Dame has had some amazing games as well. It's just been mudded with some of the rocky play that he's had over the season. And so I think that Dame and Trae are sort of more on each other's level this year than people want to give him credit for. It's just the numbers look so eye-poppingly amazing for Trae that you're going to say, that Trae deserves it over Dame.
I think Trae Young's we're gonna start this off a better defender than Damian Lillard. It's not they're both terrible, but he's a better defender. I don't know why people just give Trae Young this. He is a terrible defender, actually, but they don't critique any other players the same way they critique Trae Young. They just think this is NBA 2K and how bad he is on 2K on defense is just real life.
You don't think that they critique Dame like that? Or they
no. People look past players like Dame being terrible defenders for some reason because Trae Young is a villain. Like Trae Young is one of the villains of the NBA. So whatever you could use to critique him, they gonna take it to the highest level.
The thing is, right, Mar, is because
like that man is an all-star. What's up?
I think he's for sure an all-star. He's for sure.
He's been like outed as one of the worst defenders in the league ever since he stepped into the league. That's why it's been so publicized and so well known. While players that haven't been noticeably gotten to the stage that Trae Young has, because Dame never really became Dame till 4 or 5 seasons in. Like Trae Young really became Trae Young really second season in.
Yeah.
So off rip. So people have been already knowing about Trae like that. And since Trae has stepped into the league, he's been a bad defender. But this season, and I want to say ever since really he got what's that new coach's name again? But he's been a better
Snyder?
Yeah, Quinn Snyder. He's been a better defender. People just still hung up on how bad he was 2 seasons ago and still call him the same way when they're not.
Niggas are still, but okay. My whole thing is you jumped off the mic as soon as I said Dame's not getting the same. Dame been getting the same vitriol. The only difference is you want to know what Dame has going for himself that Trae Young doesn't. Dame has been whatever his franchise needed from him at the time. that the Atlanta Hawks asked Trae Young to play off ball last season, really a couple seasons ago, before they even got DeJounte. They asked Trae Young to be more of an off ball threat. He was not willing to do so.
To who?
So much so, Nate McMillan. So much so, he started throwing temper tantrums that got Nate McMillan fired ultimately. So
I think
I think when it comes to Trae, his game speaks for itself. But when it comes to the moments that you need Trae's game to become more versatile, or him to be more of this than that, and he refused to do so, that lends a hand in you being so heavily scrutinized as an NBA player. And it comes to Dame, nobody ever hesitates to bring. Whenever we used to compare Dame to Steph, what we used to say? The scoring, but Dame is so bad of a defender. Like what Steph does offensively is just so much better, right? So you couldn't compare the two. When it comes to Trae and Dame may be the worse defender, but offensively, you see how it's transferring over well, no matter what situation he was in. It worked well in Portland. It's working
No. I think there's a difference between that, because when you sit down and realize, I think you need to understand this. Trae Young's playmaking would be way more needed on that team. Way more needed on that team, because he doesn't need to be the shot creator that Dame is, especially how Dame hasn't been the shot creator to the level that we've been used to him being throughout his throughout the past 2-3 seasons. So he's not even at that level as a shot creator. And Trae is one of the best, 3, 4, maybe 5 best passers, playmakers in the league.
Agreed.
That Bucks team would love Trae Young's on-ball playmaking. Pick and roll.
But I'm not speaking on what I'm sure his playmaking would be very necessary.
You said offense.
No, I'm saying what we're seeing. We saw Dame in Portland and how his game transferred over well for them.
But the same with Trae Young. They made a conference finals run. That's all Dame did. And then last year when they traded him, they were terrible.
And that's fine. And as soon as Dame gets over to Milwaukee, you see how his game is transferring over well, playing with another star that's better than him. In Trae's case, you haven't seen that. You actually saw when he actually got some help in DeJounte Murray, it was actually head bumping from the jump.
Yeah, because
he didn't want. They played the same way.
You got him a star point guard. You got Trae Young a star point guard.
You're telling me a guard that his main way of impacting the game is his on-ball playmaking and decision making. You say, oh, Trae Young, you know what you need? Another on-ball guard who likes to impact the game.
He's Bam Adebayo.
Exactly, Mark. That's
but
what
I
he
agree.
needs.
I think that was dumb from a front office standpoint. But if we're talking from why a person is an all-star, why a person gets the all-star nod over the other, one had a very, very bad start to the season.
So did Dame.
Dame didn't have that bad of a start.
I remember.
He did not have a bad start. Dame had stop. You were making fun of me because Dame's efficiency was relying heavily on him getting to the free throw line more than ever in his career.
I literally said to you that he was not making shots. I literally remember that.
A lot of people had bad starts though.
No. But we're talking about as far as all-star play. Dame has been steady through this whole season. He's been the same person from the beginning all the way up to now. He's been he's like a career high free throw attempts. 3-point shooting has been off to a rocky start, but it was never as bad as Trae. Trae was, and it's not even just the numbers, it's the quality of the shots Trae was taking. Trae was taking half-court threes to start the game.
You do realize even with that bad shot selection, Trae Young is still more efficient from 3-point line.
Yeah,
with more attempts. It's significant.
He's gotten back. He's gotten back up. Like he after I want to say the month of November, Trae got back to his old self. So I'm not saying that he hasn't been good from December on to now. I'm not saying he hasn't been better. I'm saying when you take into fact the entirety of the season, including including exactly all that's been going on the court and off the court, Dame has been more of a consistency and on the positive side than he has been on the negative side. In Trey's case, Trey started off the season being on the negative side. Think about what DeJounte Murray. Think about how much better DeJounte Murray was than Trey to start the season off.
I have a question.
You know how much
where
work
do you want to start this off? Sorry, I'm sorry I keep cutting you off. I want to ask you, where do you want to start? Where do you want to start me from? So you say the month of November he was being asked. From October to November he was being asked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And then I'm going to do the same for Dame. That's fine, right? Go ahead, carry on with your conversation.
Oh no, I was just going to move on to the
okay.
bench.
All right. Just so I've just checked. So Trae Young, throughout that month of October and November, 27 points on 40, 35, 87 splits. Damian Lillard, 25.5 on 42, 33, 92 splits. Trae Young and Damian Lillard are having similar splits. In fact, I would actually take Trae Young's splits better because he's even more efficient from the 3-point line. And the reasons why he's actually even to the stage near Trae Young is his free throw attempts, which actually Trae Young is also getting the free throw line as much. So I don't know what to say. Like, you're saying that he's gone off the point. Jesus Christ, wait a second. You're saying that Damian Lillard started off better than Trae Young when you look at the stats, it's not necessarily true. I actually think Trae Young started off better anyways. I think Trae Young already had a starting point higher than Damian Lillard and gotten to a higher point than Damian Lillard throughout the whole season. Especially when you factor into the fact that Trae Young is the number one option compared to Damian Lillard, who sometimes is the second option offensively. So I disagree with that.
I think Trae Young is just better than Dame right now, which is crazy.
I agree too.
He's a better playmaker. Look, if Trae fits better next to Giannis, like, because Giannis loves lob passes, and what does Trae love? You know, like Trae would throw Giannis lobs all game on that pick and roll. And Damian Lillard, it's not his fault that he's so used to playing with Yusuf Nurkic, who didn't really catch lobs, but that's just not what he would do a lot in Portland. You got to adjust to that. And Trae Young, he would come in immediately and do that for them. The Bucks, though, we keep talking about them. Yeah, this is gonna be a weird season for them.
I don't know. I think Dame fits better with Giannis. Like, I understand what y'all saying from a lob standpoint, but shot selection, I think Dame has shown to be better. I think as an off ball threat, I think Dame has shown to be better. Granted, I think Trae is the much better playmaker, but I don't think you need a player at Trae Young. I don't think you need a player at Trae Young's level to be, to like that level of playmaking for it to work. And our argument can be made. Giannis wanting to be more on hands with the ball. I think argument can be made that that they would actually bump heads in some cases.
No, this would be perfect for Trae.
I think it would be perfect for Trae, but I'm talking from the standpoint of whether it will work for Trae and Giannis.
It would.
I think that Trae's playmaking, albeit would be a positive. I don't think that it's as much needed as much as it would be nice to have. Like sort of like an icing on the cake type of situation.
Yeah, the thing is though, Dame and Trae, they have similar shot selection. The only difference is Dame's is more mature. Like Trae's, like, he's just, honestly, sometimes I look at the shit he does and it's just childish, man. Like he just chucks up in the fourth quarter when they're like in a close game. Like, I don't like it sometimes, but sometimes when they go in, it's changes the whole entire momentum, just like Dame.
Oh yeah,
the playmaking will help out Giannis just way significantly.
And
then Trae Young, if he was on the team with Giannis, that's someone that he can't argue with, that he has to be off the ball for sometimes. Like, hey, this guy's clearly better than me, and we here for a championship. On the Hawks right now, you can't tell him hey, we're gonna get DeJounte the ball more than you, but we're literally better when I have the ball in my hands. Why would we do that? If you have Giannis on the team with Trey, he can't argue it.
I see again. I see y'all's point. It's just for me personally. I'm looking at what they've done so far this season, and even the numbers that Xeno pointed towards. I would still say that the reason, considering what Dame started off the season with, as far as like coming to a new roster, playing second fiddle to a legit superstar, arguably the best player in the world, I don't penalize him for having efficiency that's slightly under Trae Young, right?
Wow.
In the case of Trae Young is a year into this situation with DeJounte Murray, Clint Capella, having Sadiq Bey. He had that last season. And this season, he comes in and he's playing worse than he did the year prior to start the season off. And so when I'm looking at that, yes, I think that there's a legit case that Damian Lillard, under the circumstances that he's dealing with, has actually been much more of a stable product than Trae Young. And I don't think that that's that crazy to say. If you want to say that Trae Young has been better at this, like exclude the first month or month and a half, he's been much better than Dame. I wouldn't disagree, because I think his playmaking has gotten more stable. I think his shot dosage has become more stable. I don't know what Quinn Snyder's doing different, but it seems like he's taking less shots, and less shots specifically at the 3-point line. He's starting to get into the lane more to draw the defense in for him to create opportunities. So I think he's played better for basically the new year, or December all the way up to the new year. But when we're talking in totality, I think a legit case can be made under the circumstances that Dame was in. He's been more stable than Trae.
And the Bucks have been the number 1 seed, and I'm cool with Dame getting it over Trae. You're right, number 2. But like, the Bucks have been great this year, so I'm cool with Dame getting it over Trae. I'm just saying, I at least like the fact that we have an argument of Trae over Dame, and like Dame started, and Trae not even in the lineup at all. Like, Trae has a better argument for being a starter than being snubbed. Like it's crazy to me, but
that's true.
Yeah, who else?
Real quick, Christopher D said, "What's good, Xeno?" Casual salute,
What's
brother.
good?
Salute. All right, so we finna go ahead and get into these All-Star reserves.
Get my boy Chris D up here, bro. What's going on? Get Chris D up. No? All right, damn.
Hey, them boys on the Kings, both of them got snubbed. The Kings are the 5th seed and don't have one All-Star. That's tough.
Yeah, that's tough. That is actually really tough.
And both of them
doesn't deserve it, but
wait a minute. Can y'all wait? Shit. Y'all are getting so damn ahead. I just want to finish this one. Let me get to All right, so the reserves, we got Bam, Paolo, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey, Donovan Mitchell, Julius Randle. To be honest with you, I'm okay if you feel like Dame, if you feel like Donovan Mitchell should have gotten a starting out over Dame, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I actually support that ideology.
Yes.
But then on the flip side, I want to say this: if Trae Young gets to get in this All-Star game, Julius Randle shouldn't be here.
Yes.
He's probably not going to even be there because he's in.
No, he's not going to be.
And it will be Trae Young.
Trae's going to be in regardless. But also, another player that probably shouldn't have gotten a nod over him,
Paolo.
This guy right here.
Yeah,
I disagree with y'all. I disagree.
No, I think it's Scotty Barnes in there.
No.
I think Scotty.
Paolo over Scotty.
I disagree.
Yeah, I'm okay with. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay.
Paolo is not even the best player on his team. I disagree with it.
I thought that going into the season, and Paolo proved me wrong.
No, I don't know what you're seeing with him. That get juicy is strong with you, boy.
Paulo right now is in contention for clutch player of the year, in my opinion. In the end of the games for the Magic, he's been that good.
Nah.
Well, Paulo's a great passer. He's on a level, like, he's a little bit better than Julius Randle as a passer to me. He's a all right rebounder. He's an average rebounder. He's a great scorer, great defender.
Great scorer. Great defender.
Yeah. Is he not?
No.
It's 23 points, and he shoots very efficiently. And then he's like a face-up threat, and he could also shoot threes. He reminds me of like Blake Griffin, Draymond Green, Carmelo Anthony. He's really good.
Yeah.
Like don't sleep on Paul.
Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin. Yes, that has to be peak Blake Griffin.
Yes,
by the way, that efficient scorer that you're talking about, that's 23 points on 54% true shooting. That is -4 efficiency. That's very efficient to me, boy.
Hey. When I watch the Magic, he looked good to me. That's all I know.
Franz is clearly the better player, man. I don't know why people just sleep on Franz.
Going into the year, I had Franz one of the most improved players. Like, I was high on Franz, but watching the Magic, they're the team I've watched maybe like top 4 most this year. And every time I watch him, Paulo's him.
That's because they run their offense through Paulo because they don't necessarily have a offensive number one, and they're trying to mold Paulo into being that offensive number one. But I think that running it through Franz, because Franz is clearly the better, in my opinion, he's the better passer, and he has to be better.
No,
I think he's the better passer. I think he actually can see passing lanes better. You can see he's good into when he's rolling to the rim as well, and actually making short passes as well.
He's good down the hill for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely good downhill. He's actually if I'm correct here, because I can't remember how long I've seen these stats, and also when I watch other YouTube shows, podcasts, I kind of talk, I hear stuff like this. I'm pretty sure when France is on the court, they're like one of the best rim finishing teams in the league.
I wouldn't be surprised. He goes downhill and it's almost automatic every time.
Exactly. Like Franz combination of downhill threat plus playmaking and still being a good defender is what makes me think he's the best player on that team. I do want to say one thing. His 3-point shot falling off.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't know what happened.
If he was making his 3-pointers, I would have agreed with you. If he made his 3-pointers, he would have literally been most improved player of the year. But that just completely fell off, and Paulo is ascended as a 3-point shooter while Franz is completely falling off.
Yeah.
And then the Magic, bro, I really like him. I was watching them against the Timberwolves 2 nights ago. And Paulo in the clutch, he was clutching up, and that's why the Timberwolves are going to be like pretenders. Coach Finch sucks. I was watching the end of that game, man. He locked. Oh my God, the Timberwolves got a terrible head coach. He better not get any coach of the year knowledge because he on the number 1 seed, and people just gonna say it was all because of him. No, he's terrible. Holy. They have a fun lineup with the Magic where they have Jalen Suggs.
Nuts though.
No, he's bad. He's bad. I watched the end of that game. I seen enough. He's a bad coach. He doesn't.
Wait, which game? Which game?
Timberwolves Magic. Watch the end of that game. You'll see how bad of a coach he was. He did everything wrong in the last 4 minutes of the game. Everything wrong.
To be honest, I don't think he's a terrible coach because I've watched him too. He's because as y'all know, I'll be going to these others, so I got to know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I'll be watching Charlotte games, and I also was watching Pistons games and even Rockets games too. Shout out to Greenleaf. But yeah, I'm watching these games, and I'm gonna keep it a stack with you, man. He has great defensive philosophies. The problem is, I don't think he understands spacing. I don't think he understands spacing.
I don't think he understands offense. I'm
that's it. For real. I don't think he understands the scheme, offensive scheme. I don't think he has an offensive scheme. I think he's a great defensive coach. He's a great defensive coach, and I see that like clear as day. But offensively, he leaves a lot to be desired. And there's a reason why I think we all agree that the Minnesota Timberwolves are pretenders, because that offense, you cannot be a title contender and your offense look that stale.
Yeah, the Magic got it. Let me get to that. The Magic, that lineup of Jalen Suggs at the 1, Franz at the 2, Paulo at the 3, Isaac at the 4, Wendell at the 5.
That is so big.
Pause. Bro, it is so toxic because they have no scheme on the Timberwolves, so it'll just give the ball to Ant.
And even Anthony Black, as a
Yeah,
rookie.
yeah.
Anthony
When he
nigga, man.
develops, if he develops.
No, not if, when. That is their point guard. That's their point guard, man.
Stop, Xeno. Stop. God damn it.
What?
Stop.
What?
I heard that.
I heard what?
That nigga said Anthony nigga, man. Stop.
Respect Anthony nigga. What's wrong?
Bro.
They got to start lineup with
That's
6'7".
That's his problem, Mark.
6'9".
You can't have niggas around at all, bro. You can't have no niggas here. This is crazy.
Anthony Black, man.
You wrong for that.
Anyway, so we're gonna move over to the Western Conference because I think we all agree on the Eastern Conference. Trae Young he's the consensus. You know,
Biggest snub.
I was about to say snub. But they're gonna make it right because they're moving Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is gonna be out along with Julius Randle.
So who's gonna be the other?
Me personally, and this may be an odd take. Porzingis. I think Porzingis should get that nod because I think Porzingis has the argument can be made, and this is my thought process. Argument can be made. Kristaps deserves to be over this guy here.
That was something I was gonna say, but then I completely forgot about it and moved on.
Yeah,
Jaylen Brown should not have had that All-Star
not over.
And you know how funny it would have been if Porzingis got over Jaylen Brown. I'd have been like a $300 million contract without an All-Star. That is crazy.
And he's not even your second best player.
He still isn't though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's KP.
KP is the second best player on the Boston Celtics, and he's played like it this season. And so I feel like he should have gotten the nod over Jaylen Brown. But if not, he should definitely get the nod into the All-Star selection in place of Joel Embiid or Julius Randle, whichever one you want to give it up. But so I think the two should be Trae and Kristaps for me. Go ahead, Xeno. I'm sorry.
No, Xeno.
I disagree with y'all with Porzingis. Just Jaylen Brown's played more and they've been around similar. If I had to pick one, like if they played on around the same amount of games, it probably would be Porzingis, but just the games played and stuff. And my second IR spot would be Jared Allen. Jared Allen, the past 2 months with Evan Mobley and Darius Garland out, him and Donovan Mitchell. People were questioning it if the Cavaliers should trade Donovan Mitchell when those guys got hurt because they're like, oh my God, it's just going to be D. Mitchell, Jared Allen. The Cavs are done. But the Cavs have stepped up and they climbed all the way to the 4th seed right now with Jared Allen playing.
Yeah.
Jared Allen, he should be in the DPOI race right now. He's shown how impactful and how much he means to that defense with Evan Mobley out, with how much credit everybody would just give Evan Mobley. Like,
he could be a DPOI. Yeah, he could be a DPOY candidate. I don't know when it comes to DPOY. When I think like candidates, I think like top 3. I don't think he's a top.
Yeah, no. If you're top 3, you're a DPOY. A candidate, like he's top 10. No, he's a candidate for DPOY. No matter what, top 10. No matter, like I'm just like
yeah.
So he's been playing great on defense. He's been stepping up with that guy out, and they 4th seed. Hey, you can't tell me it's because like Max Strus.
Yeah,
Isaac Okoro is straight D Mitch and.
I just want to say, my pick for the other person would be Scotty Barnes. I think Scotty Barnes this season. You guys can hate on me for this. I think Scotty Barnes this season has made a qualitative leap that changed his game. From last season, I called him worst Draymond Green because he had no consistent shot. His only way of really creating pressure is to get downhill. And his passing, although it was good, because he couldn't leverage any type of jump shot, the defense could play off of him and force him to pass out of situations, which kind of killed his ability to pass. Yeah. This season, This season, he's become a actual consistent jump shooter that you have to pay attention to what he's doing. You can't just leave him wide open because he's knocking down those threes. He's knocking down those mid-ranges, and you can see that his mechanics is even better. His fluidity into his jump shots are even better. I just think that ability to actually have a consistent jumper has done so much for his game, because it even amplifies his playmaking. It amplifies his passing. So that's why I think I would give it to him anyways. I know that doesn't necessarily talk about him, the All-Star spot. I just want to talk about his game because I've been.
He has improved. He has improved for sure. But you know,
I don't know about an All-Star selection though, especially
Yeah.
when everybody is as talented as they are this season. Like, I don't think he'll get it this year, but I mean, especially next season, like if he continues the trajectory he's been so far this season, like I don't see why he can't.
He's the most improved player candidate, not an All-Star.
For sure. But I think that's Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, that's why I say candidate.
Yeah. He's just throwing out candidacy to everybody, guys.
Yeah, no, to like you gotta like that matters. Like being third place, fourth place, fifth place, it matters a little bit. It gives you an idea of where a guy is. Not saying he the best, you know. Sometimes you come in second.
Yeah. I guess. All right, so we're gonna move to the Western Conference. We got Luka.
Yeah, he used to it with Doc Rivers.
We got Shea. All right, nigga. Anyway, he just threw a shot at me for no reason. I don't know what I did to him. Luka, KD, Shea, LeBron, Nikola Jokic. Off rip, I'm telling y'all right now, the craziest one to me, and it wasn't wrong, but the craziest one to me is Shea. Shea being right here. It's
deserved.
And that's what's crazy. It's so deserved. He deserves if there was ever a point guard in NBA and like doing his entire stretch of dominance that deserves like to be over Steph Curry, Shea deserves it this year. Like Shea has been.
Lucas says hi. Lucas says hi.
Nah, Luka, because even with Luka doing it, it wasn't transferring over like how Steph's game was like Shea's mid-range dominance this year. It has the Oklahoma City Thunder in a place that nobody thought they were going to be. Nobody thought they were going to be a top 3 seed in the NBA.
I agree.
He is so tough. He is so tough. And so like that's the one that jumps off. But the one that I would say, if I had to say, was the wrong pick, LeBron James. And I love LeBron James for what he's done this season. But Anthony Davis should have got the nod in the starting lineup.
Hey, watch how you talk about my captain, man. That's the team captain, man.
Hey, man, my glorious king just cannot he cannot be a starter this year.
That glaze is
wasn't
insane.
The best. He wasn't the best. He wasn't the best player on his own team.
We need to know.
You think he was better than AD? No, he wasn't.
They both been great though. They both been great. So like,
I don't think LeBron has been better than AD.
Who's gonna tell Mars? But we all know why he actually got that spot. There's never gonna be a time in the All-Star team. We have an All-Star game, and he's not a captain. Let's keep it.
Yeah. That's
off of fan voting alone, he was going to get it. My whole thing, and I said this. I forget where, but I said this. When it comes to AD ever getting the nod over LeBron, if we're going to keep it a stack, he had to clear LeBron from a production standpoint.
Yeah.
For him to get the nod over LeBron, like it would have to be AD averaging 30 and 12 with 3 blocks a game or 2 blocks a game for him to get the nod over LeBron, and that just was not happening. So, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for my glorious king, but unfortunately for AD, you're
disgusting.
If we being honest, what it is that LeBron and AD, it's a 1A 1B type of thing, and LeBron is the one who is like the ball handler and does that stuff. So like, if it's a 1A 1B, the ball handler gets most of it. Yeah. Especially if it's as close as it is.
So does anybody have a problem with the starting lineup for the Western Conference?
No. Perfect.
All right. Western Conference reserves, though. My number 1 guy, Devin Booker, is the is the reserve that headlines this whole list. Because if we're keeping it a stat,
we just be giving everybody.
If we're keeping it a stat, Devin Booker has proved exactly what I told y'all about this kid this offseason. I told y'all Devin Booker is a top 10 player in this league. And y'all laughed at me.
Hey,
And here he is.
hey,
showing y'all why.
I told y'all Bam was top 20. Look at him right to the left. You feel me? Hey, right to the left, man.
Yo, facts.
Right
He
to the
living la
left.
vida loca out here, man. Stop playing, man. Stop playing. Anyway, after that,
I hope you know
Babyface
Mario's
is
trolling you, boy.
after but
Nah, I'm like dead for real too.
no, because he really did say Bam was a top 20 player, and I thought it was like
Sky's blue, grass is
because
green. I'm black. You're black
because
too.
you know Pascal looks like the gatekeeper. So
Yeah, I heard, I for sure heard that.
I've always had the scam artists around like top 20, 25. I've always had him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like he's the barometer for, and Bam is better than him, but how much better is what really is like.
All right,
So,
Justin. No,
Yeah,
hold on. Why does Bam have like just because it rhymes like he has a nickname like he's like a scammer, like scam at about.
that's because
I've always said
Xeno
this.
thinks
He's a two-way. He's a two-way scammer. He
How?
scams the opponent. He scams
Yeah.
the opponent on defense, and he scams his team on offense. That's why.
Nah.
Yeah, he's disrespectful.
Especially for the past few seasons. Maybe not this season, but for the past few seasons in the postseason, where he would decide, I want to be a beta. Doesn't want to actually go. Really push his offense when his teams need it. Yeah, of course I call him a scam artist because he could be much better than he is.
Bro, he is not an offensive player, and he's averaging 20. Leave him alone, man.
Now you want to defend him, but the second you start breathing Embiid hate, I'm the one who shouldn't be saying.
You're talking about the 35-point per game scorer who all of a sudden.
All right, guys, we
24?
gotta get. I'm
talking about the best defender in the league. Who becomes
best defender in the league?
We gotta get through this, guys. We gotta get through this. So we got Curry, and then we have Anthony Davis, and then we got Anthony Edwards making his second All-Star appearance?
Yeah. Last year he got voted in and out.
Yeah. Paul George, which I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm proud of this brother. I'm so proud of Paul George, bro. He deserves this one. The way he's been playing from start up to now, it's been phenomenal. Kawhi gets the nod, and I got a hot take for y'all on this one. And then we got Karl Anthony Towns, and I think we all agree that one's the wrong one. But here's my hot take. A lot of people have been talking about how Sabonis and Darren Fox didn't get neither one of them. And a lot of people have been saying Karl Anthony Towns is the one that needs to be out.
No.
I want to say that. I just want to throw this out here. I'm not saying both of them should have been, but if as much as people are giving flack for Karl Anthony Towns, I think another player in the All-Star after Karl Anthony Towns, not saying he played worse, the player after Karl Anthony Towns, which is the obvious, I think if anybody should have gotten if Darren Fox should have gotten a nod over somebody, should have been Kawhi. I think Kawhi started off the season. I think Kawhi started off the season a little bit shaky, and they played around the same amount of games. No, Kawhi did start off the season a little bit shaky. He did.
I'm looking.
Who cares how he started off the season? We know how they playing to this point. All-Star game is from the beginning to now.
But Darren Fox has been playing as like equally as great.
No. I'm looking at the stats right now. I'm looking at the stats right now. Kawhi was averaging 22 on 47. 39.
Why do you think I'm just saying this? Why do you think I'm just saying this off of stats? Like I'm not.
I know you're talking about what's called in reference of himself, but Kawhi has always been a player in the regular season that his stats don't jump off the page for you.
But that's why I'm not. That's why I'm not talking about the stats. I didn't say anything about any stats. I was talking about from the standpoint of when we were looking at the Clippers before they made the trade for James Harden, and even when they made the trade for James Harden, like 10 games in, Paul George was playing objectively better. He was just playing better.
Wait, I just remember.
No. Paul George started off the season great, and when they got Harden, he got a new role.
And when they got Harden, he had to take his role back. He had to go back to being more of a were really being more of a third option in some instances. And Kawhi stepped up of being more of the beneficiary of James Harden's playmaking, even more than Paul George. And so that's when Kawhi's game started to skyrocket. But I'm talking strictly just rewarding players for what they did for the totality of the season. I'm looking at De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron Fox, because obviously, like I think he was hurt a little bit.
For the past month, he's not been the same. No, for the past month, he's not been the same De'Aaron Fox that you remember at the start of the season. Firstly, secondly, I actually vividly remember at the start of the season the conversation.
You talking about last month, how he was struggling to like score efficiently.
From the 3-point line.
From the 3-point line. From the 3-point
line. And also from the mid-range a little bit as well. But I vividly remember the start of the conversation when it was in October and November between the Clippers was who was the best player on that team. And everyone had both of them in the top 10. So Kawhi was not actually that bad as a player.
I did not have.
I did have both of them because both of them were playing really well.
Okay. Yeah, but they were both playing well. I'm not talking, but
you need to let me finish. I'm not saying you're trying to make me
finish.
I literally did, and you're trying to sit here and make this conversation where Kawhi wasn't playing to his standards, and I actually don't agree with that. I think Kawhi, when it comes to regular season, has actually been even more efficient than he regularly is because of James Harden's constant ability to create opportunities for him. Kawhi at the start of the season was actually really good. He was actually really good. Same with Paul George, to the point where Paul George was actually outperforming Kawhi, but Kawhi was still really good. And progressively throughout the season, he has gotten better. Of course, there was a little bit of a time where there was growing pains between James Harden and Russell Westbrook and all that type of stuff. But they were really they're actually. So in a situation where Kawhi has just been good throughout the whole season for the most part, De'Aaron Fox, especially last month, hasn't been the same player that he was at the start of the season, where he's taken 9 threes, knocking them down at 42%. If you check his last month, and I remember because I did watch some games, he is not knocking them down like he used to. I think he's like, he might be about like
he's come back down to earth. He's come back down to earth. Like,
but
I mean, I think we all knew. If we're being honest, I think we all knew that 3-point shooting that De'Aaron Fox was pulling off, that was so
9 threes.
Like nobody
9 threes at 40% was crazy.
Yeah, that was fucking nuts. But and if we're being quite honest with you, if that was sustainable, De'Aaron Fox is a dangerous
top 10 player, bro.
Top 10 scorer, bro. Top 10 scorer. But that even with that, like even with his 3-point shooting dropping down, like we understand that with the value he was bringing for the Sacramento Kings also was on a facilitating level, putting pressure on the rim, and he was still doing those things. So the fact that like even though his 3-point drop, which we all understood was going to happen, we didn't think it was going to be as severe, but with it dropping for the month of January, he was still putting together like an all-star caliber season along with what he did to start off the season. So going into the all-star break, if I'm looking at the totality of De'Aaron Fox's production this season, due to the responsibility he has, to me personally, I think that that's a cause to at least say he could get it over a Kawhi Leonard. I mean, obviously, Karl Anthony Towns is like that. Goes what I'm saying. But I think Kawhi.
How would he get it over?
I think Kawhi would be the second.
Because even if you say
he's a forward though, that's literally like
no.
But Karl Anthony Towns is a big, and we think that he should get it over him. So like, I don't think.
But Cat made the wild card spot.
Oh, can we ignore that? Let's. I just still want to talk about this subject, even if it's minus the wild card spot, because I still think even if you come at it as a playmaking aspect, I think that Kawhi has progressed to the point where he's a good playmaker at this point in time.
Is he better than De'Aaron Fox this season?
Not as a playmaker, but he makes.
Okay.
But he makes it up as being. I think at this stage, does anyone here disagree that Kawhi now is almost a all defensive caliber defender now.
He's a top 20 defensive player in the league right now.
No, he is
Top 20.
progressed. Like he's not like old Kawhi, but
Top
he's
20.
but he's a good defender this season. Like I want to say borderline, like nearly elite.
And you know why? It's because he's asked to do less on offense. Like with the ball
Exactly.
handling, he just asked to be a wing like he is. Him and Paul George. Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, they are the perfect small forwards to me. Like that those are my ideal small forward builds, but they're just on the same team. So both of them not going to play small forward. And then now they got a point guard with James Harden and Russell Westbrook, who we already see Harden and Kawhi, they clicking immediately. And then we know Westbrook and Paul George on their bench units, they gonna click. Like the Clippers, they pretty dangerous, man. But I think they only had one All-Star this year. Like I think Kawhi's their only All-Star.
Yeah.
Paul George and Harden, unfortunately, would have been snubbed to me. I think Sabonis is more deserving. I think Devin Booker and Fox would be more deserving in a wild card spot. And honestly, Sabonis, yes. Sabonis is more deserving than Paul George. Yes.
I don't
Sabonis is super efficient. You want to talk about true shooting percentages? I just know he's up there with that.
He can have the true shooting. He can. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's averaging.
No. Go ahead.
Well, I was about to say he can have the true shooting. He can have the true shooting percentage, and he can even have the numbers in some aspect. But all I know is what Paul George is doing for the Clippers to start the season, how steady he's been off ball, on ball as well to start the season off when it wasn't a Harden there. Like he has been the definition of a chameleon. He's been the definition of a versatile player from the standpoint of whatever the Clippers have asked of him, he's done it. And not only has he done it, he's done it efficiently. And he doesn't need he doesn't need a lot of shots for him to get the job done. Paul George is an all-star this year over Sabonis, just off of the strength that Sabonis numbers without the rebound.
Offensively, Sabonis clears. I understand it's the defensive side of the ball for Paul George.
I don't even agree with.
I think offensively, it's closer than you're even giving credit for, and defensively, I think he clears.
Yeah, Sabonis is clearly better rebounder, but I think defense is more important. But I'll give it to Sabonis this year.
He's clearly the better rebound because he's getting rebounds of his own miss. But I mean,
bro, calling Moses Malone, that's crazy. I do want to say,
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
I also the last guy I think. Sorry to cut you off, Xeno.
No problem. Go ahead.
Rudy Gobert. He deserves more than Paul George.
Oh yeah, I thought everyone kind of knows that. Well, Rudy Gobert just got snubbed because they don't want to see a lob catch a big in there. So that's kind of obvious.
I think the fact that Karl-Anthony Towns got the nod over Rudy Gobert, and he's not even better than Rudy Gobert on his own team.
On the number one defense, I
don't think. I feel like that's crazy. That's crazy.
On the DPOY.
You know what I feel like? This is my theory. I think the reason why he got the nod was because of the 62. The 62 is what swayed him.
In recency bias, that's what I'm thinking too. And I was looking them. I was on 2K today because I'm in the league and I got Rudy Gobert, and I was just looking at his accolades. Only one of his DPOY seasons he got an All-Star nod.
Yeah.
And then he might have more.
He about to have another one this year.
He might have more DPOYs than All-Star games.
He about to have another one this year. Yeah. I feel like Rudy Gobert is he's in the same tier with Trae Young as one of the most hated players, one of the most hated stars in the league. Because there's no way Rudy Gobert has shown you this much much work. This much consistency, this much work. Like his resume should speak for itself at this point, based off of what he did with Utah, being a consistent rim protector, and even being a versatile defender in some instances. And then what he's doing now with Minnesota, and yet people still are foolish enough to look at Karl-Anthony Towns and think he holds more value than Rudy Gobert. I don't know.
Karl-Anthony Towns is cooler. That's why he just plays cooler.
He don't even play cooler.
I don't think so either.
Niggas was laughing at this nigga when he dropped 62. Like,
I laughed at him because he after dropping 62, he still lost the game. That's what made me laugh.
It was because of him. It was because of him. At the end of the game,
it really was.
With like
how many points did he score? Yeah, how many points did he score in the fourth quarter?
8. I think he had a total of 8 from the end of the third. In the fourth, he had 8 points. He shot like 3 for 10. I'm like, dang, Cat. I tuned in because I tuned in at 60 or I tuned in at like 58. He ended with 62 or something.
I thought he was having like a dominant game. Turns out these niggas force feeding them. Okay, so we playing 2 games today.
They are not even force. They're not even force feeding. He's forcing it. He's actually forcing the issue.
Nah, I was watching. Anthony Edwards didn't score until I forget what
he was like 11. He was like
he was forcing it.
He was literally giving the ball. They were going out of their way. They were trying to give Karl Anthony.
I'll be real with you. They were he was literally taking some of the most stupid shots in that quarter.
Oh, I agree.
He was forcing the issue. Yes, they were giving the ball to Karl Anthony Towns, but that's not necessarily showing you that they're force feeding him. Usually, even if their ball's given to you, if you're getting double teamed or is in a situation where you
they gave Karl Anthony Towns. It was the last play of the game, and Anthony Edwards literally gave the ball to Karl Anthony Towns for him to get an ISO, and he runs into a double team.
Yeah.
And that nigga exposing how it really was karma, because exposing how bad of a passer that nigga is. That nigga got into that double team and ain't know what to do. Bro.
I'm saying it was karma because earlier in that game, the exact same, or not karma, it was the referees being consistent, and that's why I don't just go on like Instagram and stuff and be like, referee this, referee that. You got to watch the whole games to know if the referees were being consistent with their calls. That was a clear foul, but it was like 2 possessions before that. The exact same thing happened to LaMelo, and they didn't call foul. So you got to be consistent. With Cat, they didn't call it. And you got people wide open, Cat. But Anthony Edwards...
That was my thing, because it was preventable. You ran into the track, because that's why I don't think it was a foul. Because I think he ran in there knowing what was about to happen. And you didn't make the right play because you wanted to get a point off for you to be the face of that win. And for that, you caused your team to lose, and that's on you. That's on you. I have no sympathy for Karl Anthony Towns.
Imagine if he would have like jabbed and spun in game, but that boy looking for fouls instead.
If he would have did that, I still would have laughed at it because they were up by 18 at one point on the Charlotte Hornets, the worst defensive unit in the league. And this nigga still managed to fumble the bag because of how bad he was in the fourth quarter.
Hey, Cat, you're an all-star. Hey, shout out to you, man. We talking down on you. Hey, you're an all-star, man. Shout out to you.
You're not really an all-star, bro. We
is kind of hating on Cat right now. Hey,
I just hate
22 points, 8 rebounds.
I hate to break it to you, man. I hate to break it.
He's a top 50 player. He's a top 50 player.
I hate to break. Yeah, he can be a top. He more like top 60. But I think you can make a legit argument that he's
top 60
as good
player.
He's top 60. Like that's crazy. Really, to tell you the truth, that's really not that crazy because we have a talented league. Like if we're keeping that a state. But yeah, no, you're not an all-star, Karl Anthony Towns. Don't let him lie to you. Anyway, all right. So we're gonna move. We're gonna segue real quick to one thing I just want to talk about. I wanted to talk about this thing that's going on with Joel Embiid. Xeno, I'm gonna give you the floor to talk about this because this is your team. Oh wait, real quick.
What if I don't wanna?
I just wanna I'm gonna drop the link real quick to see if anybody wants to chime in over the All-Star nod. And while you're doing that, we're just gonna segue real quick to just another topic, and you can also chime in if you feel like it. But the chat is in the link, guys. Make sure to join up if you want to.
Come join Christy.
You want to talk about? All right, nigga. Anyway, we're gonna talk about. I want to talk about Embiid. Because over the last week, a lot of people gave him flack for missing the game of the year. People were ready to call it with the Nuggets versus the 76ers. 76ers, if you guys haven't heard about it, with Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid has not played against the Nuggets in their home the Mile High City in 4 years, I believe. And so a lot of talks, was it 5? It was 5. And so a lot of people were getting on Joel Embiid for ducking Jokic, and I want to play a video specifically over a person that if any of you guys know me, like I praise him highly because he got me into wanting to talk basketball at this level, but I feel like he deserves some type of criticism for some of the things that he said about this situation, because it's people in like him in this instance that played a role in give me one second. It's people like him that played a role in and Joel Embiid feeling the need to play against the Golden State Warriors, which he did recently, which is where they think the injury stemmed from him trying to overdo it, and now he has a torn meniscus and he's going to be out possibly for the rest of the season.
It's not going to be for the rest of the season.
It's going to be, as you do against some of the easier teams in the league. And to be fair to Joel Embiid, you're on a roll. It's just like, bro, like, what are we doing at this point? Honestly, chat, I don't even know if it's coincidental anymore. Bro, like, at some point, you got to play this man. You got to play him. You have to. Because it's crazy that this nigga can literally go to your state, go to your city, go in your arena, show up, and you basically beat this nigga ass every single time, and now all of a sudden it's a problem. Now, somebody did bring up the altitude thing. Some Twitter people were highlighting Joel Embiid hadn't played in Utah since 2019 until this month, so this year. But he played 4 games against the Jazz during the same time. Jazz play at the second highest altitude in the NBA after the Nuggets. Maybe he's not ducking the smoke. Maybe it's just the altitude. I don't give a fuck. That is a dumb. If that's true, that's a dumb argument, dumb take. Don't care. You need to show up, bro. You need to show up. You can beat up on any and everybody else when you're at home, but you can't beat up on Jokic or anybody else when you're away. You got to do that, bro. You got to fix that. So I think that it's just a bit problematic from that extent. However, in a much bigger picture here, Joel Embiid can only miss 5 more games to be eligible for the MVP award.
All right, this is where we stop it. Yeah, this is where we stop it. All right. So the problem that I have. Wait, what happened?
Yeah, I was saying one thing though is like
what happened?
We talking about altitude.
You can eat. No. It was Mar. It was.
Yeah, I was muted.
Okay. No. I was just gonna say and so the problem that I have, especially with when people make comments like that, is like we here on the platform, we try to give people the benefit of the doubt when they're not playing, because we don't know how legitimate the injury is, if it's a legitimate injury at all. You know what I'm saying? We did the same thing with Kawhi Leonard when he was early on, I want to say during the 2022 season, where he came back and he played 2 games in the postseason against the Phoenix Suns last season. It was last season. And then he ends up going out with I think he had a torn MCL or something like that. And so people were getting on him saying, man, like, how you only going to play 2 games? Like, we don't know how severe these injuries are. And so when you're looking at Joel Embiid, it could be a case where he's just not healthy. Like the dude went out of his way to be as healthy, to be as serviceable as possible for the Philadelphia 76ers, and it caused him still to get hurt. Like he's been load managing. He's been doing that, and he still ends up hurt. It could just be a case of him being hurt. So when you have big platforms like Low that gets on here and they're basically pushing the narrative for this dude ducking Jokic, like, I feel like that's unfair scrutiny put upon a star just because, you know what I'm saying, like, their health is what's the word? Compromised. It's compromised.
Okay.
Oh, what do you guys think?
Joel Embiid's hurt, unfortunately. I don't know what's going on with it. We none of us know what's going on with it.
He has a they said that, I believe, not torn meniscus. I think it was it's been updated. I believe he has a sprained meniscus flap. So that's the issue.
Yikes.
I don't know.
I'll check because I can't remember the specific terminology.
How long would a sprained meniscus?
It could take about a month or so.
And the thing is, I feel bad for Embiid.
Yeah, here is.
I hope they don't miss.
Embiid diagnosed with displaced flap in meniscus. I was right. Yeah. I don't know how long it's gonna take.
It should take about a month. Because it takes a little while. They got to go in there to yeah, they just have to do like it's not even like a real surgery. It's mainly just for them to make sure that everything is intact. But even after that, he has to start rehabbing immediately and then getting back to team training. So it's gonna take a little while to get back. So like I say about a month. But even with that, like when it comes to Joel Embiid, I mean, to be honest with you, the only reason why you would like bring him back as soon as possible is so that he could try to finish out his MVP campaign. And I think he's going to be out for a month. He only has 4 games that he can miss. So, I mean, that's wraps. So you might as well just preserve him for the postseason. And so if that's the case, I would just play it on the safety side. Let him be out for the rest of the for the rest of the regular season, or until 5 games or 10 games left in the regular season, and then bring him back. Like I don't see the reason on rushing this process. Like the only reason I could see you possibly doing that is for him to finish out his MVP.
I see what you did there.
What?
You don't want to speed up the process? I see what you did there.
Okay, nigga. All right.
Well, how should the 76ers play the trade deadline now?
You got to get a backup big.
There's actually specifically 2 ways you can look at it. First one, bro, if I see more Mo Bamba minutes, I'm gonna headbutt a wall. Please get rid of Mo Bamba. I beg, please. And if they don't trade KJ Martin, I'm going to slam my head against the tree. Please trade KJ Martin, bro. I'm losing my mind seeing these 2 players play on this team. Oh my god, why do we still have the D'Anthony Melton in the starting lineup? Oh my, I'm actually losing it. I'm watching this team and I'm seeing certain players. I'm like, why are you still here? Why haven't we traded them? I don't get it. Mo Bamba is okay. Nah, I'm not tripping. No. Mo Bamba is block, or he's not providing like much rim protection. He is not that good. That's why I've been hearing like talks about getting what's his name? Not Vooch, the other one that's in the Bulls.
Oh,
Drummond, yes. I think Drummond would be a really good backup big.
Didn't y'all already have Drummond?
Yes, we did.
God damn.
What about like Clint Capella?
That's too much money.
Who's going to tell him that we do not have that facility to give him to have a backup big average let's go earning like 20-25 mil? We do not have the facilities for that.
No, hell no.
Melton is a good defender, but you know by watching the game that Melton is a slow processor as a guard and has tendencies to slow up the offense, which makes us lose our advantages that's created from our DHOs or any other offensive plays that's happened in our team. You know that by watching our team.
I would also be remiss not to mention defensive rating is not an accurate way of judging a player's defensive value. I just want to say that.
Defense, you gotta actually watch them play. To be honest, you gotta know what you're watching.
No, but there is a fact. There's a number. There's a statistic. I think it's called Raptor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's an accurate way of you finding out how valuable a player.
Not accurate,
is.
more accurate.
Didn't I say that more accurate?
No,
I said accurate. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's more accurate for you to find out if a player's value defensively than defensive rating. Defensive rating is basically that player alongside whatever respective lineup he plays. So like if Shake Milton not Shake Milton. Is it Shake Milton?
No.
Yeah, Shake Milton.
No, D'Anthony Melton.
D'Anthony
Melton. Yeah, if D'Anthony Melton is playing in the same lineup as Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, Nicholas Batum, like his defensive numbers is going to look better because he's on a better defensive lineup. Not saying he's a bad
good defender.
I'm not saying that's what I'm about to say. Not saying he's a bad defender, but just saying he's playing. If he's playing alongside those, it's going to make his numbers look better than what they actually should look like. He's a good defender, but his defensive numbers saying because I saw his defensive rating numbers. It's like a top. I think it's like a top 15 defensive rating, like in all of the.
He's
NBA.
the second best defender in that lineup.
He's the second best defender, but he's a top 15 defender.
No, but like stuff like that, you use a lot of you got to use a lot of sources. Like you can use Raptor, you plus minus. You use different sources to give you an idea.
It's plus minus. I don't know if plus minus is,
but
plus minus is fine. But
it depends on the lineups, and when you got to use a lot of sources to like
to come to that conclusion. And you also had the eye test, so you can know exactly how they're doing it. But I say that to say I just wanted to throw that out the defensive.
Yeah, I watch the 76ers sometimes. The Anthony Miller is nice.
I only watch them when they get spoke by my team, so I only watch them one time this season.
Now in the regular season, they be whooping us. They be
Xeno,
we just be giving anyone. He's nice. The Anthony Miller should not be starting though.
The Anthony Miller is a good player. Like
he's a good player, and that's why I said he should be coming off the bench. He should not be starting.
But that's what he was brought on the team to be.
Yes.
All right. That's why y'all should make a move. But he is still
why do you think I said that to you? I said, why is he starting for us? That's what I was complaining about. You're literally agreeing with me and not understanding that you agree with me.
That's what he was brought on the team to be. He's shooting 36% from the field, from the three. Like that's what he brought there to shoot threes and play defense. Like y'all could use a couple.
Ralph, Raptor.
I don't know what y'all should do.
Raptor, we're not saying that Raptor is just like the statistic to go by. Wait, what?
76ers is cooked.
Oh yeah. Raptor. We're not saying that Raptor is the accurate statistic to go by. We're saying that it's more accurate than defensive rating. And if we're gonna keep it a stat, I'm not gonna say that yet. I'm not gonna say that yet because I was about to say something, Xeno, that I don't think people are gonna be too happy to hear.
Just say it then.
Okay. Nah, I'm not gonna say it.
Why are you being so? I hate when he does this. I ain't gonna say it. But actually, I ain't gonna say it.
I ain't gonna say. I was about because I want to jump off the ledge, but I mean I gotta see another year to see if it's real. Remember how I think when we first started this show and we were doing the off season, I was talking about how if you put Joel Embiid in the same conference that Jokic is, and he's being put into these actions more often where he has to guard these players that can space the floor like damn near to the half court, like a Damian Lillard or a Stephen Curry on a more on a more consistent occasion, his defense is going to start to look a little bit more suspect than it does.
It's not even suspect. It's the grass is green. We've literally seen it happen.
No. I'm saying that to Ralph because Ralph is talking about and how Joel Embiid's defense is just like he's so much better of a defender than Jokic. His Raptor it shouldn't be close to Jokic. The reason why it's close to Jokic is because he's being put into more actions against more elite floor spacing guards like a Donovan Mitchell, Damian Lillard, like a Trae Young. Yeah, I wasn't going to speak about it. Like he's being put into more actions, and so that's why his Raptor looks that way. But again, that's why going back to what Mars said, that's why you have to use the eye test because that's not the full entire story of Joel Embiid's defensive impact this year.
No,
he
that's
is
not
a defensive player.
What you say is agree. Why I agree with you to a certain extent. Sorry for cutting you off. To what you're saying. But the other reason is because the way that Mike Malone's system is with Jokic. Jokic doesn't play with bench players. So Jokic is consistently playing with the 4-5 starters, or also called the 4 starters, unless it's Payne Watson. Yeah. So he's always surrounded by a great defensive cast. That's why his stats look so good. It's not necessarily about him playing with every person on the team. Like Embiid does. Embiid sometimes have bench unit players from the bench unit play with him. That's why his stats actually look like that. Yes, but Embiid doesn't play with some bench players.
Okay. So you're basically saying
he does not.
Okay.
Embiid has played with everything he's wanted. Okay, okay.
This season,
don't bring up teams, man.
We are, bro, is just talking right now. But anyways, back to me.
So you're basically saying, like what I said about Embiid and Jokic, the reason why they're close together is part of the story, but there's more to the story than that.
Yeah, there's more to the story.
Okay,
yes,
okay,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Ralph also said you just named guys on the East Coast who Joel is quick to recover on and a way better perimeter defender than Jokic. My friend, I hate to break it to you, that is objectively not true. He's a far better rim protector, and he may be able to go out there a little more than Jokic. No, I wouldn't even give him that. No, he's a far better rim protector. That's it. Both of them get cooked on the perimeter, and that's the way it should be. Like, what are we talking about here? 2 7-footers, 2 sluggish 7-footers aren't able to guard on the perimeter when having to guard a legit elite floor spacing point guard that can be able to shoot from damn near half court. The sky is blue. What the fuck are we going? What are we doing here? Like, I don't know. Rodney said what Jokic does play with his bench way more than Embiid. Xeno, you speak on that. I don't know. I have to look at that. He said Jokic does play. I guess you said that Jokic plays
in
with
what world? In what world? The only bench player that Jokic plays with is Payne Watson. That's literally the only bench player he plays with. That has been a consistent theme with
Christian Brown.
No, it's more Payne Watson than Christian Brown.
No, I'm saying he does it with Christian Brown as well.
Yeah, but to a lesser extent. I'm talking about majority of the time, it's just been Payne Watson.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Embiid plays way more of his bench players than the opposite way.
That's what
I don't know what to say about that. I don't know how to argue against it. It's just, yeah.
I mean, the Nuggets. You gotta remember the Nuggets. They feel safe being bought in on their roster. They have no tradable picks and stuff. They maxed out. The 76ers, if they go into this trade deadline with assets still, that just shows you that they may not be as all in as other teams.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I think there's 2 ways you can go for the Sixers. The way where you think, okay, it's kind of over. Let's just trade Embiid and go for look for the future, or go all in and get players like Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan. I swear to God, if I get DeMar DeRozan, I'm not. I hope in the second round. But
you keep comparing Embiid and Jokic. You got to compare front offices too. Let's see if the 76ers could do what the Nuggets did with the Aaron Gordon trade. Even though they know Jamal Murray was hurt, they still got somebody who they knew was going to fit in their starting lineup for the foreseeable future. And look how it worked out for them. If the 76ers front office don't do that, that's y'all fault.
I still think that's I get what you're trying to say, but I feel like that's still kind of misleading, because what Jamal Murray is and what Embiid is are 2 different things. Embiid is the number 1 player on that team. Jamal is the secondary option.
Yeah, but the injuries was also different. Jamal was out for the season. Embiid's out for a month.
Embiid has been consistently. No, go ahead.
Embiid will be back. Ain't we said it's a month thing? He's not out for the season. Maybe you should get him ready for the playoffs with somebody who will fit.
But I think Embiid has also been consistently injured throughout his whole tenure as a 76er. And that's why who's arguing that? You'll just be saying anything. No one's arguing that. We're talking about what injuries are and what's going on with that and how to deal with it. So when we talk about that, I think that you can take it both ways. And I think when you talk about the Nuggets don't. I know what you're doing, Mara. I do know what you're doing. That's why I was just moving on from it. When we're talking about that, those are 2 different things, because one is the number 1 and the other one is the number 2. And one has been a consistent theme, and the other one has been a few freak accidents, even though there's been a lot of freak accidents for Embiid. But you know what I'm saying.
Rodney asked, how do you think the 76ers will do without Embiid? Xeno, you'll just answer this because we got to move on, and we'll leave that.
I think they're gonna reach around the 8-7 seed. I think they will. I don't think they're
They're
gonna.
gonna be a scary one. They're gonna be a scary. They'll be a scary.
You think they're gonna drop?
Yeah.
Look, Nick Nurse, dead ass. If y'all, that might be the best option for y'all, because like right now y'all could mess around and play us, but if y'all play like the Bucks, that's a Nick Nurse could coach circles around that.
I'm sorry. I already. The reason why I have the Bucks over them is because Doc Rivers is a competent enough coach that I think we actually might lose that series.
Nick Nurse
if they had Adrian Griffin,
Nick Nurse is a really good coach.
Y'all are 3 games. To be honest with you, y'all are 3 games ahead of Indiana Pacers. 4 games against Miami. I can't see y'all slipping to the 8th seed. I'm sorry. Especially if he's only out for a month. I just watched Tyrese Maxey put 50. He's put 50.
yeah. I can see them dropping to the 8th seed. I can definitely see them dropping to the 8th seed.
Nick Nurse, because I'm looking at the schedule right now. I think they could lose to Dallas, so that's fine. I think they can beat Golden State. I think they can beat Atlanta. I think they should whip the shit out of Washington. I think Cleveland will probably win that one. They see Miami before All-Star break. I think Miami will probably win that one. I think New York, quiet as
Miami's going to lose.
Probably. Say it again.
Miami's going to lose. You got to give them one.
I watched Miami. I watched Miami lock the shit out of Tyrese Maxey in during Christmas Day. They locked his ass down. So I think that I think they lose to Miami. So what would that be? 2-2? 2-2?
So how many games are you looking for then?
If they're gonna be out if he's gonna be out for the month, that's from let's say because he probably get surgery.
You got the All-Star break, so this is the perfect time to miss a month.
Yeah. So I think they'll lose to Dallas. I think they'll beat Golden State. I think that they would. I think that they would beat Atlanta. I think that they would beat Washington. I think that they'll lose to Cleveland. So what's that? 3-2?
Yeah, 3-2. 3-2.
I think that they would. I think that they would lose to Miami. So that's 3-3. I think that they should lose to New York. So that's 3-4.
Yeah.
I think they play Cleveland again. So they lose that one. So that's 3-5. They're losing to Milwaukee. So that's 3-6.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're losing to Boston. So that's 3-7.
All right.
They're whipping Charlotte, so that's 3-8.
4-8. 4-7.
4-8.
No,
it's not 4-8 because Celtics is 3-7.
4-7.
Yeah, you're right.
4-7. I think they beat Dallas, so that's 4.
Dallas? Yeah, nah.
You think Dallas is?
You gotta give you gotta give them a fluky win somewhere.
Yeah, no. The fluky win was the Miami win.
No. I didn't give him Miami. I didn't give him Miami.
What about the Cavs win?
I didn't give him Cavs. I think Cavs. Yeah, I think Cavs. The way that they play defensively, and especially with Donovan Mitchell, the way he's playing, I think that I just can't see them beating.
Did you not give them the first Mavs win?
No. Wait.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Exactly. So that's the fluky
win. You mad twice.
Wait, so you. No, wait. Did I give him Dallas? No, I didn't.
Yeah, or
I didn't. I said no. I didn't give him Dallas. I gave him Golden State, and I think they're better than Golden State this year.
Okay,
even with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. You guys are way higher on my own team without Embiid than I am. That's wild. I thought I would be.
Y'all better make a move.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think. I mean, but okay. I think that you're. I think that you're. I don't see why you're not that high on the supporting cast that you guys have. You guys have a supporting cast
because we don't have consistent shot creation. That's why.
You don't need to have consistent shot creation and get everybody. It's only the elite teams.
But we're playing against a lot of the better teams in the league.
Okay,
that's why we're 4-8.
Dorian Finney-Smith, man.
That's what. But I'm saying if you're going up against Dallas, I don't think you need elite shot creation for you to beat them. You just need to be what you guys been on the defensive end this year. And that's fantastic.
I just want to say, losing
watched the Dallas Mavericks without Kyrie Irving, and I'm here to tell you right now, y'all have a chance against Dallas. I'm not saying that it's set in stone because I understand how amazing Luka is, and especially with the way Derek Lively and
you know what Joel Embiid would do to Derek Lively?
That's what I was trying to say. Yo, Marv,
I agree. But I think that I don't think that they need them to have a chance to beat Dallas, though.
Yo,
they need to have like Dorian Finney-Smith so you could put like
losing Embiid, which is like one of the 5 best rim protectors in the league, and replaces them with Mo Bamba
or B-Ball Paul
with Mo Bamba is refused. Mo Bamba is losing a lot of defensive. It's called losing a defensive value. That's why I'm saying that, because if your defense is going to. If we're losing so much, so much on the defensive end, and we're going to lose a lot on the offensive end, what's going to really keep us stable? Because we lost our anchor defensively, and we lost our anchor offensively. I want you to tell me, how are we beating teams that have a consistent scoring option?
The NBA is just, bro. These are all NBA players, man. They get paid on the other. These other guys get paid too, and people gonna be hurt. Like you gonna play a team that's beat up, that's hurt on a back-to-back, and the guys on your team get paid. Come on, you underrating D'Anthony Melton.
I'm underrating
D'Anthony Melton. I'm not even high on your team, man.
No, for real. How are we more positive about your team than you are?
Because I'm actually not. Because I'm actually speaking.
Hell you, man.
Because I'm speaking from a neutral lens. And
isn't Tyrese Maxey an all-star?
Isn't he an All-NBA player this year? Come on, bro.
What is you doing, man?
Don't you have a Don't you have a coach of the year? Don't you have a coach of the year candidate in Nick Nurse?
They need I'll say this. They need a backup bigger bad. They do.
No, they really do. They really do.
That's a weakness. That's why I panicked and said Clint Capella without thinking. That contract is crazy. Yeah, y'all need it bad. I agree.
Nah, but y'all do need it. Y'all need
maybe like if you get Dorian Finney-Smith and just play him at center for like the first month, he could do that.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sure there's some people over there in Brooklyn that y'all could probably get.
Dorian Finney-Smith, man, Royce O'Neal.
Y'all basically got Nicholas Batum and them doing exactly what Dorian Finney-Smith could do for you. So I don't know.
And then you upgrade your depth. Batum could be bench, and he's playing fine. Bro.
No. You would have to give up. I feel like you have to give up Batum, especially with the.
Well, no, I'll give it like Rocco. He make a lot of money.
But he's not playing at the level Batum is this year.
Exactly. That's why you give Rocco and picks.
I guess, but. All right, we got one more topic, and then we're gonna do. Got one more topic.
Dorian Finney-Smith. I know Xeno likes that.
Yeah, I know that nigga fuck with that. He fuck with that. All right, last topic. So, the Boston Celtics. I could just be pushing some agendas, bro. But the Boston Celtics are 2-2, and the 2 games that they lost. It was crazy. It was nasty. We know it was nasty too. They lost to the Lakers without LeBron or AD. They got smoked by the other LA team in the Clippers. And then the games that they did win, they beat Indiana for the 16th time. And they beat New Orleans, which if y'all watched that game, it was closer than y'all might think. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because, to me personally, I think the Boston Celtics are the most talented team in the NBA, and I don't think that it should be really questioned. And so when I'm looking at them, I'm thinking that these wins that they're having should be far more decisive than they are on a usual basis. Like of course, you get some decisive wins, like the Miami win, where they blew the doors off of them. But then for every Miami win, you get but then for every Miami win, you get smoked by the Clippers, or you get smoked by the Denver Nuggets, or you get smoked by my Milwaukee Bucks. So like I just want to I want to know, man. I want to know, are they contenders or pretenders to you?
That's a sick narrative, sick agenda that you're pushing. These are contenders.
Stop.
What are you doing? This is a super team, man. This is a super team. Bro, y'all people are trying to tell me that Derek White is better than Drew Holiday. Just to tell you how good that like of a backcourt that they got. I disagree with that, but people will sit there and tell you that. Holy, Drew Holiday, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Kristaps. Only thing about it is they coaches. Like he's gonna lose some matchups. He's gonna lose some matchups, and if there's a weakness, that is what it is.
Yeah, I don't even think that is just Joe Mazzulla. I feel like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, that tandem is just that's their that'll be their kryptonite as much as it'll be their strength. Because I think Jason Tatum, when he's on point, makes them like title favorites. When he's playing the way he plays in the postseason, like every other game, which is why we call him 50-50 Tatum. It starts to make you wonder, like who really can you count them to be? Because against the Miami Heat last year, do y'all remember who had the Heat over the Celtics?
Honestly, I did. I know Heat fans that didn't have Boston Celtics fans. Like they didn't have them winning that series. I know multiple.
You talking about you said Heat fans or Celtics fans?
Yeah, I know multiple diehard Heat fans that did not think they were going to beat the Celtics last year in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah. And so a large part of one large part is to what you pointed to, Mar, was Joe Mazzulla and his coaching, but also Tatum was playing lackadaisical on the offensive end. He was playing phenomenal defensively, but offensively he was playing so like scared. It seemed he was settling for jump shots on the perimeter. He was not being aggressive, and then there was a game where it came down to him for him getting a bucket, and he decided to pass out at the last minute, and they didn't even get a shot off.
I think Celtics are still contenders. Obviously, I still think the best team in the East, a top 2 team in the league still. The thing is, I think I already hit on their flaws for the most part. But we got to acknowledge their strengths. They're still one of the most athletic teams in the league. They're still one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the league. And believe it or not, when they play smart, they're one of the most versatile and diverse teams in the league, right? So they can score in the post, they can score in transition, they can score from three, obviously. And the most underrated thing, they're one of the best teams in scoring in the drive. The problem with them is they don't have. I'll be straightforward with you. I don't think their IQ is that high to optimize this team. That's what it is. It's like the thing is Jason Tatum, their best player. He's great at a lot of things, but he's not the best in any specific thing. And so in the playoffs, when you get properly schemed against, or when you come across a team who can match that production, especially from the 3-point line, it's going to come down to things what you do best. He's not one of the best finishers like a Giannis. He's not one of the best passers and facilitators like a Joe.
I disagree. I disagree with he's not one of the best finishers. But
No. Okay. Like I said, I literally said it. He's great at a lot of things, but he's not the best at anything. So in the playoffs, you can give him more incentives to be less efficient.
Real question. Wait. Real question. Offensively, is Kawhi the best mid-range shooter in the league?
No, I think personally.
Wait. So if that's the case, he's not the best at anything So why would you say that he has something that you can consistently go to? Then?
Say that again. I think you broke up the last statement.
If you don't think Kawhi is the best mid-range shooter in the league, why do you think that he has something consistent he can go to into the playoffs?
Well, I didn't mention Kawhi.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
Okay. Oh, a new question. Okay,
because I don't like that. I don't like that narrative. I don't like that one. So I'm asking you a question.
Okay. So when you're the type of player like that, and in regards to comparing Jay Tatum and Kawhi, right? Even though Kawhi isn't the best at anything in the league, he still does not result to bad habits like shot selection like Tatum does. Like I just said, because if you're not making things harder for yourself like Tatum does, you're not making things easier for yourself. Well, when Kawhi isn't quote unquote making his threes, he's still physical enough to get to a spot in the mid post as well as some spots in the mid range to give you an efficient look. That's not the case for Jason Tatum. When you take away Jason Tatum's drive initial, and you should notice as a 76ers fans, you know, when you take away Jason Tatum's initial downhill action, what he does, right, left, step back,
yeah,
right, left, step back. Every time.
I agree with you. I'm just it's not this. It's because of the way you framed it. You framed it as originally as that he has nothing that he can consistently get to. And that he's great at everything, but he's not the best at one thing. Which, yeah, I agree, he's not the best at one thing, but I don't think you need to be the best at one thing for you to have a consistent way to generate points. Like for me, I think that Tatum's best ability is his ability to get downhill. I think that's his not superpower, but that's would be his best part of his offensive kit. And I think that's what it should be.
Remember what I said? Remember the exact thing before I start getting to that spiel. I don't think their IQ is high enough to optimize this team.
Oh no, I agree.
And that's why. And my fault. I should have specified that a little bit more in terms of like that particular aspect where I was just talking about Tatum's shot selection and not being able to do most easiest things. That's a sign of bad IQ.
Yeah,
their two best players, JB and JT. Well, they don't complement one another.
Porzingis exists. But...
Well, Porzingis. The thing is with Porzingis, right? He should be, but like he's not as I thought going in. He's just not consistent enough health wise to be that.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying when I say JT and JB. Not only they're obviously I think KP healthy is better than JB, but I don't think KP is healthy enough to be as consistent as JB.
I'll give you.
So what I'm saying is, right, in NBA history, we've seen a few teams when their style of play don't complement one another, at least in the half court, right? We saw perfect example, Wade and LeBron. Yeah. Wade and LeBron in a half court setting, their offensive games do not mesh at all. But they had the IQ to understand, okay, even though our games don't mesh in the half court, we can still optimize our chances in transition. They're the most deadliest combination transition we've seen probably ever. We can still help each other out defensively. Me and LeBron can switch out to any point of attack, any perimeter defender, while we can also help on the low man, help protect shots at the rim. So like the IQ wise, they understand, okay, we can't help each other out in this aspect, but we can help each other in this aspect. Jay-Tatum and Jaylen Brown does not do that at all. At all. They don't help each other out defensively. They don't cover each other defensively, offensively, transition, nothing. So that's why I allude to they don't have the IQ to optimize this team, and that's going to be the biggest downfall. We saw it against the Nuggets. Not every regular season game, just a regular season game. That was a litmus test. We all know in the playoffs when the game slows down, what teams go to. They go to what they do best. They go to their original. What the Nuggets in the tone are notorious for doing this since last year. When things get ugly, what we gonna do? Inverted pick and roll. Mm-hmm. We're gonna find something. What does the Celtics go to when shit gets tough? Step back threes. That's real talk.
Last one in the postseason, man. Marcus Smart. If you watch their games, he took all of their big shots. That's why I was like, the Marcus Smart trade is low key a good thing because how comfortable he was in Boston. No reason every single game in the playoffs against us that he was taking the big shots. I love seeing the ball in his hand at the end of the game. It makes me less stressed.
And that's why they got very. I believe it was Game 5. They got very lucky. The fact they even went 7, because remember, just like you said, for some strange reason, Marcus Smart's getting the last shot. Guess what he does? Like Marcus Smart typically do, miss the last shot, and Derek White get the tip in. That's how they won Game 5.
Hey, Derek. No, that was 6. That was Game 6.
Game 6, my bad. Was 6? I thought it was Game 5.
Yeah, bro, that made me cry because that forced Game 7, and I was just like, yo, like I was, man, that's crazy. And I remember the series before that. Marcus Smart doing the same thing. He always just taking the last shot, man. They gotta just sub him out entirely at the end of games, but just don't want to do it for some reason. So him being gone was
and Xeno, that's what simply means like at least guys. That's honestly, that's the reason why Jason Tatum is not a top 7 player. Is because he doesn't make the game easier for himself. All those guys that you can say is better than Tatum have some aspect to the game where they have a go. There's obviously other factors. I'm just giving you the simplistic form. They have aspects to the game where it's consistent and they have a go-to. No matter what team Giannis goes against, he's going to be an elite rebounder, elite defender, and provide elite rim pressure. Same thing for Joker. No matter what team Joker faces, he's going to be an elite passer, elite rebounder, and an efficient scorer.
Who the player when it comes to Tatum?
Oh, okay. Thank you for asking. You fell for my trap card. The 7 players above Tatum are Giannis, Joker, Embiid, Luka, KD, AD, and Kawhi. Those are the 7 guys that are definitely better than Tatum. Every other guy, there is a debate. LeBron, debatable. I know I missed Curry. Curry this year, debatable. And there's another guy in the top 10 I'm missing.
It's not.
Did I say KD? That's what I think KD.
You said KD 80.
Okay, so yeah, that's 10. I'm not falling for this
what about
SGA.
Curry? You don't got Curry?
This year?
He said Curry.
This year is debatable. Like I said, this year is debatable. Like if someone said Tatum was better than Curry, I'm not gonna give too much pushback. But it's like, yeah, okay. I think Curry's still better though.
Nah,
but the point is,
I still think Curry's better.
The point is though, right? That's the main thing that's missing. That's preventing Tatum from being that unanimous top 5 position, top 7, top 5 positions. The fact that he doesn't have anything to add to his game that's no matter what is always gonna be consistent. Even with AD, no matter what team he go against, he's going to provide you elite defense, elite rebounding, and decent scoring.
I think Tatum is actually an elite scorer. Tatum's an elite scorer. Like we talking about how good he is downhill, and he's a top 5 3-point shooter in the league. The thing that's the problem with the Celtics is Marcus Smart was their playmaker. Drew Holiday is a better playmaker than Marcus Smart, and Jaylen Brown was their other guard. Now they got him playing small forward with Derek White. Like they ball handling and playmaking improved dramatically, and that was their biggest issue. Jason Tatum, he was the guy who was playmaking for them. Like he was. Did he lead them in assists in last year's playoff run? That's not what Jason Tatum is. Jason Tatum is a wing. He's not a point forward.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, what's the difference between point forwards and regular wings is point forwards have the IQ to improve their playmaking at a high level. That's the only difference. So
Tatum could.
He
some
exactly
forward.
He could. Yeah, some.
You don't want him being your primary the whole game making plays.
And that's the issue too. Like you want to have those moments, and when things get tough, when you come across a team that matches your production, what is going to separate you from the pack? So if I'm relying on inconsistent Drew Holiday, I'm relying on Derek White, who's decent but not great. If I'm relying on JB, God, if you're relying on JB to create for you, you're kind of screwed, right? You know what I'm saying? JT has to be that ball handler in late in games.
I think they just got to play team basketball late in games. That's what the Celtics don't got figured out. They don't know what to do at the end of games. Like they're a good team until the fourth quarter. And the thing is, in last year's series against the Miami Heat, I remember Jason Tatum may have averaged 2 points a game in the fourth quarter. I remember he may have not even scored in the fourth quarter until game 3. Like I know the fourth quarters was bad. I don't remember how bad, but it was the fourth quarters, and every single game for him was bad.
And casual notice, like this was the main detractors say when you point out Jay Tatum being inconsistent. Boston Celtics fans tell you no, Jay Tatum's not inconsistent. He does this, he does that. No, he's inconsistent and simply.
I got a
And
name.
simply,
Look, I got a name for you that does that all the goddamn time.
Him and
He
Jalen
just-
Brown, they inconsistency is quarter to quarter. Like it's not game by
Yes.
game, it's quarter to quarter.
and they don't have the IQ to make it to complement one another, and that's the thing. So it's like, I'm just praying. I'm just praying for Milwaukee to make the right trade, so I don't got to rely on these niggas to beat the Nuggets. Oh, my fault. In case you don't know, I have a $300 bet just in case the Nuggets win or lose the championship finals. Obviously, I'm against them. I'm praying for the Nuggets downfall, but I got to be real. They look like the best team in the league again.
Who could beat the Nuggets? I don't know, man.
As of now, because we still got some days for trade deadline. But I'm saying as of now, nobody. I'm being real.
I think the Bucks can. The Bucks can.
The Bucks can, but I don't think they get.
Gotta get. Yeah,
This version, they don't beat Boston. This version of the Bucks do not beat Boston.
I like
the
Wolves. I like the Wolves' chances.
I think they can, but I don't blame anybody that's not sold yet.
I like the Timberwolves' chances against the Nuggets as a team to beat them. It's just it's a good matchup type thing. The Bucks, the Clippers is another good one. Miami.
I don't like the Clippers like matching up against the Nuggets for the Clippers' sake. I feel like the Nuggets. I feel like the efficient basketball you're seeing right now in this regular season, I don't think it's sustainable for the Clippers. I was talking to somebody, and like, do y'all see how efficient Kawhi, PG, and Harden is? They're all having career years.
They all complement each other so well.
Exactly.
They do, but do you think that it's sustainable for all of them to be shooting 50, 40, 80?
I think it's sustainable. I don't think it's sustainable for all of them to stay healthy. It's the health. That's the issue. This is what they are.
Oh my god.
And then look. Matter of fact, let's zap Harden. Let's say Harden chokes in the playoffs, right? But he's still going to be a good playmaker, right? Let's say that he absolutely chokes. He should still be providing Paul George and Kawhi good looks. And if he's not, Russell Westbrook will play tenacious defense and Westbrook it up.
I don't know. I don't think I was like, oh my god, the Clippers, the shit the Clippers have going for themselves right now. It just I'd have to see it to believe it.
They're motivated. They're motivated. They fit well. They have chemistry. Look, you said earlier how Kawhi and Harden have been clicking.
When is the last time you seen a team have 3 stars all shooting 60+% true shooting?
I don't know about
the big three.
I'm gonna be real with you.
The big 3 Nets, most likely.
No. Kyrie wasn't shooting 60%.
Kyrie wasn't shooting 60%.
Yes, he was. Yes, he definitely was.
No. He shot. He shot.
Was it Harden? Was it Harden? I think it was Harden.
No. I'm almost saying all 3.
I'm about to show you.
No. Y'all think Zeno. I'm telling you, bro. Like, because people think Kyrie was shooting 50, 40, 90, he automatically was shooting 60% true shooting. He wasn't.
I'll check for you.
I'm looking right now. Give me 1 second.
All right. True shooting.
And if I'm wrong, then I know Harden. I know all 3 of them.
Well, I'm looking at it. This is all of them were. I was right. Yeah. Kevin Durant, 66.6% true shooting. James Harden, 61.9 true shooting. Kyrie Irving, 61.4. I know I'm right. I don't know.
Hold on. What year was that? Hold on, Zeno. What year was that?
The first year. The first year.
Okay. How many games did Kyrie play?
Kyrie played.
The Mavericks had a big 3 of Josh
54
Green,
games. Kyrie played
and Kyrie. That did it last.
Kyrie played 54 games. KD played 35, and James Harden
Josh,
played 30.
Hold on.
KD don't count. KD don't count. 35 games. Too small step size. Too small step size.
Josh,
so we went.
He was a starter.
So he went down. We went from actually asking the last time that happened.
I didn't say anything. Don't put that on me.
I was actually just strictly talking about 8:30. Okay.
Okay.
But we went from talking about when was the last time we saw that to now saying not too much sample size. Okay, fair enough, I guess.
Well, I mean, 30.
No, I just want to be nasty. No, I want to be nasty because Casual one of those guys that was.
I know.
Casual one of those guys that Casual one of those guys that laughed at me because before this season even started, I had the Clippers as being a contending team, but niggas laughed at me. Niggas didn't believe in them. But now, all of a sudden, like, okay, now they believe in him. Okay.
Wait, who?
You, sir. I'm lying on you right now. You was one of the people who laughed at me.
When you said what?
No, so basically, before the season started, I think I had like five contenders for the entire NBA. I thought it was the Bucks and the Celtics, and then the Nuggets, the Lakers, and the Clippers. I didn't believe in the Suns.
Oh, okay. So we both had the same ones. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. No, I wanted to also play a video for y'all though. I'm gonna play a video.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Would
you
you
guys.
rather?
Yeah. You y'all know what video I'm finna pull up because.
Would you rather Jason Tatum or Tyrese Halliburton?
Jason Tatum. What?
I'm asking
Tatum. Not even close.
But isn't Tyrese Halliburton the best passer? He has a number one thing.
No, he's not the best passer in the league, though.
No, he's not the best passer. He's not even the third. He's not even the third best passer.
Who's the third? Who's the second best passer?
Luka Doncic.
Okay.
Who's
the third best?
Trey Young is a better passer.
You can say Trey. You can say Trey Young. You still say LeBron. No, take a pick. Take a pick.
LeBron on this. I'll give LeBron your legacy pick. Whatever.
Your legacy pick.
Ain't no legacy.
Y'all ready to see? No, because similar to my brother Sturdy, I was also laughed at as well. Xeno.
Whoa.
So I think if they go up against the Nuggets, they're getting smashed. Pause. But if they go up against, let's say the Nuggets go up against the Lakers and they end up getting beat, right?
The Mavs, yeah. Oh no, you mean dead ass the Nuggets?
Yeah, I think if the Nuggets lose to the Lakers, I don't think.
You mean when they get their fucking lick back?
I don't think the Lakers can beat the Nuggets. I don't think the Lakers can beat.
I
don't think the Lakers can beat the Nuggets.
Wait, well, hold on.
I don't think the Lakers can beat the Nuggets.
To clarify what you just heard, because everybody started yelling before I could actually say what I said. I said in a 7-game series with the Luka and Kyrie led Dallas Mavericks. Mm-hmm. In the offseason, I predicted I don't think the Lakers will beat them. And I was laughed at. They laughed at me.
Do you wanna actually add on all the context? By the way, meanwhile that happens, I'm gonna add someone to the show. So
wait, you said that the Lakers could be the Nuggets, and
I said that the postseason is a game of matchups, and so I said that the Nuggets going against the Lakers during the offseason with the acquisition that the Lakers had and a healthy LeBron, I think that the Lakers is not the team that the Nuggets want to see, right? Because they have the size, they have the defenders, they can be able to beat them, right? I said, so let's say that the Lakers beat the Nuggets. I don't think that the Lakers were going to beat the Dallas Mavericks in a 7-game series because of how offensively versatile the Luka-led Dallas Mavericks are, especially having Kyrie there, right?
When was this?
This was during the offseason. And they laughed at me because they didn't think that it was realistic, and they thought that the Lakers offense was going to be able to torch the Dallas Mavericks. How's that looking? How's that looking right now? How's that looking right now?
Do you wanna talk about all the things that's going on with the Lakers? What the Lakers been doing this season? Or
yes.
This is how the Lakers started last year, though. You can't take your laps too quick. Don't fuck yourself up now.
Dude, me or him?
Justin man might be taking his circles before the playoffs, fam. Because
he's acting like this while knowing the struggles that the Lakers have been going through.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Strictly the fact that they've been literally not playing some of the players that literally got them to where they were last season. Not having not having Vando at the start of the season when he was one of the best defenders in the defenders on your team.
He's out for this season now.
Exactly. So Vando's gone. Not giving Rui consistent minutes. Having issues with Austin Reeves and
but we knew that Darrel Ham was a terrorist. Like, we knew this.
Yeah, but even when he was a terrorist last season, he was consistently playing those players, and that's why they actually got into the playoffs and they were looking that cohesive. You know that. So you're just saying shit because it's now working in your favor, but you know, and you're not stupid. You know that this is not the same team that we were talking from last season. That's why your prediction might come true. Not that what we said was wrong. It's because that the team that we saw from last season has completely changed to something else. That's why. So stop trying to do this dumb narrative where you think, oh, this has happened. But
Xeno, there was no point where the Lakers were a better offense than the Mavericks. They have Luka.
That was nothing. That was not my point. That was not
my point.
My point was that my point was their offense was going to be able to destroy their defense because of the fact that their defense was that poor. That's what my point was.
And how is that working though?
Oh, in a matchup against each other?
Exactly, Mark.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Because who's gonna stop the downhill threat of LeBron and AD doing damage to their big? You know that's true.
And that was so Derek Lively.
Derek Lively. He
didn't expect Derek Lively to be this good this year.
I still don't think Derek Lively is ready enough to deal with those two players. He is definitely not.
I think he's gonna lose those matchups with dignity.
Well, even if it's not without dignity, he's a rookie. I ain't expecting him to do that great. But still, with what I said and my point, it's still valid. The only issue is why it looks shaky is due to the fact that this is not the Lakers team that I was talking about earlier in the season. And just knowing that and still going on with this is just disgusting. So that's why I was being quiet, because I know what he's doing, and I'm not just gonna sit here and just. I'm just gonna sit here and just let him do his thing.
Just understand. I foresaw all of this. I told y'all that. I told y'all this because I told y'all.
You did not foresee
this. Yes, I did. I literally said, "Oh, I you know what? I'm gonna just bring the entire clip." Because I literally told you guys, I said the Lakers, as far as the Lakers go, they always have the same problem with themselves. It's their health. They're always getting hurt. So, well, one way or another, somebody wasn't going to be there. And then when we get, I predicted it was going to be AD. I didn't think that it was going to be Jared Vanderbilt. But nonetheless, I said that it was going to be health that does not play a favor for the Lakers. On top of that, I said their offense is not as OP as people expected. And they were like, oh, when we talk about a healthy LeBron, we're talking about AD and LeBron, Gabe Vincent after what he did in Miami. Like we're talking about the Lakers like they just turned it to a 2020 again. And I was explaining you do not want to see Luka and Kyrie Irving torching your defense, because I'm telling you right now, if you're planning on getting into a scoring matchup with them, you're going to lose it 9 times out of 10. It's ever so rarely that they're going to face a matchup that's just like unfavorable of them on the offensive end. There's only so many teams. And so what I was saying was, you got it on the defensive end. I do not question. I think on the defensive end, I think the Lakers have their way with the Mavericks. But the Mavericks are equally having their way with the Lakers. Like, it's not like Luka has ever been known as this person is foolish enough to try to go up against a top tier defender. He didn't do it with the Clippers, so why would he do it with the Lakers with AD or even LeBron?
I agree with that, but that's my whole point was the fact that they weren't going to. Even if it comes into a scoring matchup, the fact that the Lakers defense is that significantly better than the Mavs, I thought that was going to be the end product that
the Lakers are going to win. Did you see that? Do you think that this offense no. No. I'm saying what I was really about to ask is, do you think that their offense this year is like an actual depiction of who they are? Okay.
No.
Okay. All right.
That's literally my whole point, which I've been saying, and that's why when you've been saying all of this and how you predicted and all that type of stuff, I've just been regulatively how I am right now, because I know my whole point and what my thought was isn't depicting on what is looking right now for the Lakers. My thoughts was like how they were in the playoffs. And of course, maybe that's not who they really are offensively. But if it's anything close to that, I still think that the Mavs are not going to win against the Lakers. That's what I think.
I agree. I think even with the Lakers woes, there's still teams that we can predict that will make the playoffs. They just don't match up well with the Lakers, because in the playoffs, there's in the playoffs, like, rebounding matters, and your offense don't have to be elite per se. It just has to be reliable. And when you, unfortunately, like as elementary as it is, sometimes that AD pick and roll with LeBron at the helm is efficient enough. Sometimes he shots by Reeves that's efficient enough for playoff basketball. So even with the Lakers injuries and woes, I think they still beat the Mavericks in the playoff series. I still think they beat OKC in the playoff series. I still think they beat the Kings in the playoff series because they just match up better.
Pelicans.
And the Pelicans.
Yeah, Lakers.
That's why I said that was the whole premise of what I said. I said that when it comes to the postseason, it's a game of matchups. So you can be as good as you want to be.
Yeah.
But when you go up against, if you go up against a team that just matches your style, tit for tat, and they have that one little edge over you, you do not want to see them in the postseason. When it comes to the Dallas Mavericks, the one thing that we do understand when it comes to the Lakers, really any team that's like elite defensively, you do not want to go up against a heliocentric guard that mastered the skill of taking advantage of mismatches. And the Lakers do have some mismatches. So that was my
I just find it like, I'm just curious. Do you really believe that Luka, if you're going down, what's called tit for tat, down the stretch, like constant execution, you think he's better than doing that than LeBron?
I think at this point in his career, yes, because I think that that's what makes him a top player.
Yeah. Okay. LeBron is still one of the best at it though, but
he is one of the best. But like when it comes to there's levels to this. LeBron used to be the head of the table at it, but like especially with his athletic decline, he's just not able to do what he once did. And Luka, he's in his prime. He's peaking right now.
Yeah, you could argue that LeBron's the third person in that series you'd want to give the ball to in that situation with his former teammate Kyrie Irving. There would be points and times when he was in Cleveland and Kyrie would get the ball. And Kyrie's playing at one of his best.
But yeah, I see.
Kyrie, when he plays, look, earlier, like you said, Tyrese Maxey may give you the same amount of production because
the skill set. I'm with you. Okay.
Because Kyrie doesn't play a lot. Tyrese Maxey, he be healthy and stuff. Kyrie just don't play. And if we being transparent about Kyrie, his past like 2-3 playoff runs have been a little bit disappointing.
Absolutely.
I mean, for different reasons, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, but he kind of got in the Celtics series. He let the fans get in his head a little bit, in my opinion.
Which one? Oh, you mean against the Bucks? Yeah.
No, against the Celtics after that game 1.
Yeah, exactly. And there was another game where in the middle of the game he flicked someone off. He was getting into it with them after the game. Because like he just doesn't like Celtics fans after his stand with them, which is cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, you mean 21-22? Okay.
In the first round where they got swept.
I know. I just realized what you're talking about.
All right, nigga.
Well, I'm okay. I can't be honest with you today.
Nah, nigga, you doing other things, man. Nigga, not focusing.
I'm literally looking at the stat. I was just looking at what he's talking about. I'm just trying to check stuff.
You're so serious sometimes.
Xeno, when I talk, you don't gotta check if it's facts, fam. Look. When I look.
I deal with Justin a lot, so I have to check facts.
All right, first of all, niggas be out here spitting facts, okay? Don't be out here like casual, just be lying, all right? I got a brand to uphold out here, all right?
All right, yeah, you was definitely upholding that brand when you was talking about Trae Young. You right?
Trae Young is
or when you was upholding that brand when you're talking about Kawhi Leonard about how he started off poorly, but
I didn't say he started off poorly. See, now you
not to his standards. Yeah. Did you not say not to his standards?
And he was.
It wasn't to his standards.
He was.
22. You said 20. You said a super efficient 22. Kawhi is like a super efficient 25. To be honest,
in the regular season.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Never mind. Then I can't be us today. Yeah, let's carry on. Move on.
Bro, there comes a time every now. Hold on,
Kawhi.
There comes a time every now and again when you have to sort of explain to people that I do this. You know what I'm saying? I really do this, and so when you're talking to Xeno and stuff, you sort of have to understand.
You are a literal AI. I hope you know.
What is it? Let me finish my. You know what, nigga? I'm gonna put you down because you ain't letting me talk. You gotta talk to Xeno like you talk to your little brother. You know what I'm saying?
Don't ever make that sentence again. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again.
You gotta explain to Xeno, hey, don't do that. You gotta.
Don't ever say that again. Like,
Dang, y'all made me
don't ever try little bro me again. That is crazy.
Trying to little bro me is crazy. I wasn't trying to little bro you, man.
You clearly was.
Kawhi is like Jimmy Butler.
Just
17.
Just a smidgen, nigga.
I'm just joking. 17. I mean, if you're comparing him to, because I'm actually trying to look at the other stats. If you're trying to compare it to himself, I guess the only real reason why he's not averaging as much points as you think is because he's just taking less shots.
Yeah, he's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah,
that's Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When you compare it to himself in the regular season, that's just regular season Kawhi. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying
it doesn't matter that
much. At the start of the season, he was just being Kawhi.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, so that's why I'm arguing with Casual, because he doesn't know what he's talking about when he said to Kawhi.
I said he was not playing. I said he was not.
Hey, study. Did
Let
Kawhi
me finish?
I don't want to because I don't like hearing your BS.
Is Jimmy Butler playing like Jimmy Butler right now?
In a regular season, probably, yeah.
Jimmy Butler just playing like Jimmy Butler.
But
the same way Kawhi's playing like Kawhi.
You're saying he's starting off slow. He's not starting off slow for Kawhi.
I said he was not playing better than Darren Fox to start the season, though.
No. What did you say specifically of his own play?
Of his own play for his standards
in the regular season, yeah.
Okay. I didn't say in the regular season.
I asked you of the regular season. You can check back.
He did say regular season.
So let's see you wiggle out of this one. Go ahead.
I'm not wiggling out of anything.
Go ahead, buddy.
I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying. Nigga, Joel. I'm saying if Kawhi is playing at this level, right? But Darren Fox comes out and he's shooting. What was he shooting? Like 50, 40, 80, some or 40, 45, 40 for sure.
Your question,
giving you 27
was not to do with.
It was. I said Darren Fox should have got the nod over Kawhi based off of what he's done in totality of the season. Because I said from the month of October to November, I said Darren Fox was playing better than Kawhi. He was just playing better.
You didn't actually say that.
Yes, I did. I said.
You flipped. You was talking about Kawhi's play. You was talking about Darren Fox.
Justin, I got a question. Justin, Who would be your 3 forwards for the West?
3 forwards for the West.
On the bench. On the bench.
Kawhi, Paul.
So what is this argument? Like,
Kawhi, Paul George. No. No. What I was basically saying was obviously Karl Anthony Towns shouldn't be there, right? That goes without saying. Yeah. I'm saying the person after him, not saying he should, but saying the person after him that probably Darren Fox could have gotten over was Kawhi. I think.
So what would have your list been? What would have your list been? For your,
no way. Hold on. Am I hearing this correctly? Hold on. Am I hearing this correctly? Are you saying?
What?
Are you saying Paul George more deserving to be an All-Star team than Kawhi this year? That was what you said?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on. We're gonna give you the All-Star team right now. I'm gonna tell you the candidates. You got Curry, Edwards, Fox, Booker, Harden.
No, I'm about to tell you right now. I would have.
Say your two guards first. Your two guards.
D Book and Curry for sure.
So those would be your two guards. So who would be your 3 forwards? D Book and Curry.
Anthony Davis, Kawhi, PG.
Yeah. And then your 2 wild card spots.
You have to go with Anthony Edwards.
Edwards,
He's on the best team in the Western Conference.
All right.
Okay, so you have to go with Anthony Edwards, and then the last spot I would probably give to. So between Sabonis,
you got okay.
It's between Sabonis and Fox. It's between those two.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see how you believe Paul George had a better season than Sabonis or Fox. I don't see it. Like that's how is that possible?
He had a better season.
He's a forward. He's a forward.
No. It's front court. Sorry, Doug said front court. It's front court, back court.
No. What I'm saying is Paul George is in the front court. He's a forward this year.
Yeah,
he's not playing. How's Paul George?
I'm saying I picked Kawhi and PG both should be there.
Why? Okay, so we shouldn't be arguing Fox. We should be arguing Sabonis. Why is he over Sabonis?
Because he's a DHO merchant, so we fought that DHO merchant. That's why. See,
I feel like another one is Rudy Gobert. I think Rudy Gobert deserves it more than Paul George. That would be my argument: Sabonis and Rudy Gobert.
I don't think Minnesota deserves 2 All-Star selections.
Are they to be 3? And the Clippers deserve.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I don't think the Clippers really deserve it either. But I think that they have more of an argument than the Timberwolves do.
No, but the defensive. Gobert's a DPOI, man. You gotta get some love.
You said what? You said who?
How is Paul George? Go ahead.
No, I didn't hear him. He said somebody is DPOY. Oh, Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert. No, absolutely. I think actually, well, I was about to say I think Rudy Gobert should have got it over. Argument can be made he should have gotten it over Karl Anthony Towns and maybe even Anthony Edwards, but I wouldn't go as far as Anthony Edwards because I think with how bad that offense is, like it's amazing that they're still pulling out games. A large part of that due to Anthony Edwards is certain. So
am I missing?
But I think
am I missing something with Paul George? How is Paul George an all-star lock? Am I missing something?
Because the way that Paul
he's a candidate though. You can't get mad. You can't.
I'm not okay. Paul George. Okay.
Casual saying he's a lock. That was casual.
I did not say he was.
He's coming off the bench. It's come off the bench, man.
I'm saying
No. And Xeno. The reason I'm saying I think he's saying he's a lock because this is my 3rd time confronting.
Okay.
How is Paul George have a better season than Sabonis?
I'm trying to answer it. Paul George to start the season off, he was playing better than Kawhi Leonard due to him he was having like I don't know what shooting wise, he was like lights out. Along with his defense, he was playing good. He was playing great defense along with Kawhi Leonard. And then when James Harden came, he was able to transfer his play into being even more of a third option. He was still being efficient. Is it Max? Hey, brother. And he was still being efficient from the 3-point line. Oh, no, is it 6 of us or just 5? Okay.
See, like Paul George is the third option. Like, yeah, I guess.
I mean, you wanted the logo, but okay, go do your thing.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to do the logo right now. Give me 1 second.
Paul George, he's a third option,
better?
but he's asked to be the second best at everything. Like he's asked to be their second best playmaker, their second best defender, their second best scorer. But he is like the number 3 option though.
Yeah, I don't think explain the situation to me does not justify how a player is playing better.
I literally just told you that he was shooting better. He was shooting better than Kawhi while also playing defense that was on the same tier as Kawhi. Then when James Harden came, he was taking a step back and his numbers were still that efficient while Kawhi was trying to adjust to the new role that he was in playing alongside James Harden. Like Paul George was still that efficient while they were going through their struggles. Like they were losing and it wasn't because of Paul George. Paul George was playing fantastic. So yes, I think he deserves the nod. If ever there was a year where Paul George would deserve the nod, it would be this year over Kawhi this year. That's just me.
I didn't say once again, and that's why I'm saying you're avoiding my comparison. I say shit about Kawhi. I literally said Sabonis 4 times.
You said Paul George. You said Paul George over Kawhi.
No, I said Paul George over Sabonis. I literally said Sabonis 4 times.
You said Sabonis a lot of times. I'm not gonna lie to you. You be sidestepping.
Like what?
you be
sidestepping. Like Tatum. Just because you can't get to rim, don't mean you can sidestep. Like I just get the ball up there. That's all you got to do.
I didn't go like you dog.
Hold on.
I heard some cap on cat name.
What'd you hear?
I'm not gonna get my answer to my question. It's all good.
No. I'm about to tell you. I'm trying to fix this fucking. There we go. Layout looks much better, right? Yay! All right. Now, what was the question? Why was Paul George playing better than Sabonis? I think on the defensive end, I think he clears them, and offensively, I think the gap was close to shit.
So rebounding was that? What was rebounding like?
He could be.
I know it's vague as hell.
He could be a better rebounder, but when Paul George is showing you value on the 3-point shooting, really as a scorer, just period, he's showing you value as a scorer. Playmaking wise, I'd argue Paul George before James Harden got here, he was taking on that role, and then defensively again he clears Sabonis. I think this year, no, it should not be a question of a Paul George being. So I think Sabonis is fighting Karl Anthony Towns. It's not.
How is Sabonis? How is Paul George being the secondary playmaker before Harden trumps what Sabonis being the consistent offensive hub for the Kings the entire year? How does that trump that?
We're just gonna act like I didn't say that he was a far superior 3-point shooter and scorer really, and defender. We're just gonna act like that. And
Sabonis is being nasty. Sabonis is the far better the rebounder and being far more reliable.
How are we being nasty when literally?
Because you mentioned in 3-point shooting when we were comparing front court plays.
The Los Angeles Clippers were winning a lot of their games in large part due to Paul George's insane efficiency.
I can say the same thing for Sabonis. You say the same thing for Sabonis.
You can say the same thing for Sabonis.
No, you can't. You legit cannot.
You can.
No, I can't say the same thing. I can't say what? I can't say the Kings. I can't say the Kings have not got majority of the wins due to Sabonis' dominance on the boards. Due to Sabonis actually improvements in terms of being a better offensive hub by being better with his reads and more accurate with his passes. I can also say him being
he's running DHO.
Hold on. Why am I punishing once again the casual? Why should I punish a player for being great in the system he asked to play in? That don't make any sense.
You want me to do the same for Paul George? What are we talking about here?
No. I'm saying you're once again you're keeping it one-sided on purpose. All I'm saying is casual. Everything you can say.
You want me to argue for Paul George getting? Because first of all, I didn't even say that Sabonis has no case to be an All-Star. I literally said Darren Fox and Sabonis are the ones where I'm straddling the fence on because I don't know whether the surgence of Darren Fox with his 3-point efficiency, the nigga shooting 38%. Who thought he was gonna do that? But on the flip side,
did.
Sabonis. But well, no shit.
No, you
are
did not.
red-minded.
No, you
You're
did not.
I did.
red-minded, nigga.
No one,
You're
no one here
red-minded,
thought,
nigga.
especially from the start when he was shooting like 40% on like 8-9 attempts.
No,
No,
because
Like,
because
you want me to-
he was
you
shooting
want-
he was
no,
shooting well from
wait,
three before he hurt his hand in the playoffs. That's why I thought he
Wait,
can
you
carry that
want
on.
me to? So you want me to make an argument for why Paul George should be ahead of Sabonis, even though I didn't say that. But now you want me. Now you're getting mad at me because I'm actually making that argument for him. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
Oh no, casual. Why your pivot? The way you pivot, casual, remarkable. This is DeMar DeRozan like. But I will say this. Casual. Once again, all I'm saying, if we're being consistent, I can say Sabonis has been more reliable than Paul George. Sabonis rebounding and being a better offensive hub has been proven to be more valuable for his team than opposed to.
Real quick, before you wait,
okay.
Wait. I have a question for you. You said when he broke his hand. Does anyone remember when Darren Fox broke his hand in the Warriors series?
Was it game 6?
It was like game
5. It was game 6.
It was game. They say it was the end of game 5. It was game 5.
Okay, cool. I'm just checking. All right, Karen, my fault. Sorry, asking.
So I'm saying all I'm saying is what I mean by reliable, meaning I believe Sabonis missed what 1 or 2 games so far this year.
I don't think he's missed any games if we're keeping it a stack. He's played.
Oh, that's even better.
He's played.
That's even better. So from availability standpoint, and once again, being asked to be the a physical offensive hub for your team, he's been doing that more consistent than in his role than opposed to Kawhi and Paul George in his role. All I'm saying is these are arguments a person can make and an improvement once again, despite the fact he's playing DHO system casual, he's still improvement in his reads. He's still making better passes. That's why I believe he's in a career high in assists. So all these things you can.
It's a career high in assists. I'm not saying again. He has.
I just want to land my plane, casual. I just want to land my plane.
He has a case. No, because what you're saying, you're basically just saying everything that we've already stated throughout the show. Like we already stated.
No, you did not. You did not say
yes,
about
we did.
Sabonis.
We literally we said this for Darren. We said Darren Fox with his shooting. We said Sabonis. We said Rudy Gobert with how he's a defensive player of the year. Like we spoke about everybody that has a case for being an all-star snub this year. Like we spoke about.
No. Yeah. I know. I'm saying like you did it specifically, but I'm saying yes, I agree. You did mention the snubs. I'm just saying, I thought it was obvious that Sabonis were playing better than Paul George this first half of the season. I thought it was obvious. That's my opinion, and those are the reasons why I think he was playing better.
I just want to say I just checked. He was shooting 33% on nearly 10 attempts in that playoff series, 1 for 5. Well, okay.
You shoot 10 attempts?
Yeah, 10 attempts, 33%.
I gotta watch that series again.
I'm literally looking.
It felt like that nigga was knocking the most.
10 threes are crazy, bro.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
He had 8 attempts in the first game, 10 attempts second game, 9 attempts the third game, 11 attempts the fourth game, and 10 attempts the fifth game. He was shooting 33%. I remember watching that series and thinking, I mean, he's hitting them, but it's not an efficient clip. And I knew I was right, but hey.
I didn't know he was taking 10. That's too much. That's too much.
Max, you're nasty as shit, by the way. Don't think I ain't noticed you instigating in the background.
What?
He talking about that's a lazy pick, lazy take. Lazy.
It is, man. You can say that every year about anybody that he played better defense, that he did and that.
He did though. Like you can say that every year. That's why certain players get the nod over others. Like it's just subjectively true.
No, Paul George got the nod over Sabonis because he was just simply more marketable. That's pretty much it. Wasn't because of play.
I think that plays a role, but I think okay, nigga. That plays a role, but I think also Paul George, like playing the way he played, lended a hand in him getting the nod into the All-Star game, and he's deserving of it.
I don't know. They're the first team in this millennium to have a top 5 record and nobody make the All-Star team. That's crazy.
That is crazy and unfair, especially when you have a fraud like Karl Anthony Towns taking that spot.
Whoa. Cat better than your favorite player.
No, he's not.
Who your favorite player?
Like, what are we talking
Giannis?
Who got a bigger bag? Who got a bigger bag?
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
You gotta go to bag talk.
Bag talk, bro. Bag talk.
Bag talk is undefeated. You got me, bro. I'm cooked.
Yeah.
We're talking about bag talk with Biggs, bro.
And don't forget it. I'm cooked, man. Bag talk is.
But how Cat a fraud though?
Because I think Cat is more focused on getting his numbers than he is on winning. When I looked at the Charlotte
think
game,
that's a lie.
I looked at that Charlotte game, and because I was actually on Flight Sports, and there's Charlotte like headquarters. Shout out to Flight Sports, and I was watching that game with them and watched him get that 62, and they force fed the fuck out of him. And then no, that's fine, because even when Charlotte was making the comeback, Karl Anthony Towns still took it upon himself to try to galvanize the team and be the main guy to take all of the shots ahead of Anthony Edwards, who started to get hot during the fourth quarter. So then we get towards the end of the game, and Anthony we get towards the end of the game. And we get to the last possession of the game, and Anthony Edwards gets the ball to Karl Anthony Towns off of a screen, I believe. Karl Anthony Towns gets the ball. He runs into traffic. Mind you, Jalen McDaniels is open in the corner. And this nigga, because I literally just watched it while we're talking about what we were talking about.
Tell me what Cat did.
Cat runs into traffic trying to foul bait. They don't call the foul.
Or did he get fouled? Or did he get fouled? A clear foul?
Did he not foul bait? Did he not foul bait?
No, he got fouled.
Okay. All right. Dude, we'll just agree to disagree, because a nigga running straight into traffic trying to force somebody to foul them. To me personally, I'm not calling that foul if I'm a ref. I'm not calling
a foul when they clearly slept his hands. You're not calling that foul.
When he's forcing them to foul, no. Like that, he's literally he's running into them. He's not running to the rim. He's running into them.
They literally cut his. It's the same thing that happened to LeBron happened to Cat. Remember when Tatum fouled LeBron? It's the same thing that happened.
No, that's not the same. No, that's not.
It was. They both went to the rim, and yes, you can say, "Oh, it's a foul bait," because he was looking. He still got hit.
They clearly got fouled. Yeah, I don't care
what you said earlier, which is, they didn't give it to LaMelo. They didn't give it to him. Fair enough. That would be better. That would be good. Oh, was Mar who said that?
That was Mar that said that.
Oh, okay.
My thing is, in LeBron's case, LeBron was running to the rim to get a easy bucket that would have gave them the lead. In Karl Anthony Towns' case, he ran into the defender. He wasn't trying to even get the shot off. You could tell, because when they fouled him, if he was going to the rim, in my opinion,
he wasn't trying to get.
He could have still got that off.
You don't watch Cat play. You don't. He got it off. He got it off.
No, he didn't. It flew into the air.
They hit his hand.
It flew into the air. Like, how the hell do you? Like, they didn't foul him that hard where it gets into the air. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, they did. He go up with two hands on the ball and he hit both his hands. What the ball gonna do?
I'll get the clip.
See, Max, you can't fall for this tactic, man. Like, see, Casual, he's a very sneaky guy. He's a very sneaky guy, right? So instead of explaining to you, why Cat shouldn't make the All-Star team, we're gonna focus on the how he scored.
Why is he a fraud? He said, "Why is he a fraud?"
Yeah, why is he a fraud? Okay, you're focused on the one game, Casual.
I want to get to that Hornet. Yeah.
I said why he's a fraud. I said why he's a fraud, and then I gave you an example. I said why he's a fraud.
Okay. So you're using one game to where the whole team was just trying to force feed him the ball, because you're not gonna talk about how he got the first 4 to 5, which was. They wasn't force feeding the ball. You're not going to talk about the first 4 to 5.
The first 4 to 5 was legit.
So you're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. It's not even saying.
You're going to talk about where they were trying to clearly go for a record.
Fraud, like he's not.
They're clearly trying to go for a record.
When I say he's a fraud, I mean he is posing as a player that is a star caliber player, and he is not a star caliber player.
He is.
All right.
Come on.
I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I'm not a believer in Karl Anthony Towns at this stage of his career.
You can say that. That's different from saying he's not a star player. That's I don't see how he's not a star player.
How many? All right. How many stars do you think? Do you? Okay. This will answer the question. This is telling me whether this conversation go any further. Because I think at this point, this is just based on what you think a star is. Do you think Zach LaVine is a star?
Yes.
Okay. Then that's as far as this goes. That's as far as this goes. I've talked plenty of times. I've talked too many times about how strict I am when it comes to like superstars, all-stars, star caliber players. Like there's certain people.
Everything's not a star caliber player.
If you do 3 different tiers,
hold on, time out, Max. Hold on, time out. Exactly.
As a star. Who's a star?
What? Exactly that. Superstar, all-star.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him. What did you say, Max?
I said if you do superstar, all-star, and star. So where the fuck is Cat at?
I think
all-star.
I think he's a starter. He's a starting caliber player in this league.
Starting caliber.
How a guy casual? How a guy who made the all-star team multiple times, not even a star? How's that possible?
Can you win? Can you make an all-star? That's fine. Okay. Kyle Korver made an all-star. I don't think.
No, I said multiple. See what I said? I said multiple.
No, but I said multiple. Okay. When it comes to calling
all NBA. How about all NBA? How about that?
Okay, if he makes all NBA third team, I'm not looking at like same thing with Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine made an all NBA team, didn't he?
Never in his life. Never in his life.
I'm gonna check him.
I'll check for you. There should be no. He's never made it. Sorry,
okay.
I know that.
You should really sit down and think about it. Zach LaVine, a guard in this very what's called dense guard like decade. Yeah, there's no way he's making an All NBA team. Let's keep it real.
You said dense. You said dense. I was like,
a 7-foot player shooting 54 to 90 playing average defense ain't a star player. Okay.
Average defense.
This year he's playing average defense. What?
Yes.
Bro, like, come on, bro. At this point, we're not even being truthful at this point, bro. Like,
you said this year. I'm not talking this year. I'm talking about play.
I will give you other years Cat played. I will give you other years Cat played average defense. Cat is bad on the perimeter, just like every other senator. No, Cat has been a good rim protector.
Okay, is he a good rim? Has he ever been a good rim protector?
Yes, he has.
I think that's literally been his. No, okay, good rim protector might be a bit too much, but he's been an above average rim protector. I think that was literally his calling card on defense, and that's literally the only thing that's allowing him to not be bad as a defender.
I know.
There's been years where he's been a bad defender, even as a center. I agree with that, but I think his rim protection has been his best thing.
But casual explained to us his logic of based off your three level criteria: superstar, all-star, and star. Somehow, some way, a guy like Karl-Anthony Towns, who's a multiple time All NBA player, a multiple time All-Star player, is not even a star player.
Hey, don't do that now because Tell me the centers that could reasonably go over Karl-Anthony Towns at that team.
It don't matter about that.
Y'all giving him out. Don't give him out.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
It don't matter.
I like chaos, so don't.
Because you're pointing to accolades like he made an all-star team, like whoop-de fucking do. Bam Adebayo.
You don't want to go to stats. You don't want to go to stats. You don't want to go to stats.
Bam Adebayo had he was literally on the worst team in the NBA. Putting up empty stats, like I'm not bothered by that. I'm not bothered by.
Hold on. So to be clear. Exactly. I got you, Max.
Okay.
So he's proven to be the best player. He's proven to be the best player on the playoff team, which he did. And now that don't amount to insult. He proven to be a best player to get his team to the playoffs.
Wait. No.
Best player on the playoff team win. Win.
2021, 2022.
So the second time the Wolves make it that he was the best player on the team? The second time.
He was better.
The second time.
No,
that's the casual. All right, bro. Casual. That's crazy. He's just lying now.
Ant was not better than Cat.
In the playoffs.
Niggas
Which is lying now.
In the playoffs, he was better.
on behalf of Ben Anthony.
Yeah. So that's
In the
what he's
playoffs,
talking
he was
about.
better.
Against the Grizzlies? Against the Grizzlies?
Yeah, the second time. The second
Cavs
time.
lost that series, fam.
He said,
Yes, that's the reason why they lost.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they lost too. Why are we forgetting that?
And then why did Ant make them, huh?
He's talking about the fourth quarters. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, that was Cat. Yeah, I'm bringing up fourth quarter.
No. Ant was also bad in the fourth quarters.
No, that's the point. That's the point.
All that reaching on defense he was doing, getting beat back though. That was Ant.
The point is though. The point is though, right? The point is though.
No matter.
Hold on. The point is. The man is averaging.
As Xeno, I'm the biggest Ant fan you ever meet. There was Ant.
I know you are. That's why I know you are. That's why I'm not bothered by you saying this because because I think what you see from Karl-Anthony Towns is just something I objectively don't see. But when you have Sturdy literally right next to you, sitting here talking about Karl-Anthony Towns was the best player on a playoff team. What the fuck are we talking about?
No, he said
led
his team to the playoffs.
He was not.
No. He did.
He said word for word in the playoffs. He said in the playoffs.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Yes, he did, Max.
No, I said the best player. I said the best player on the playoff team. That's what I literally said.
Yeah.
You're great.
That's what I literally said.
You know what? You are great at pivoting. You should really
rewind it.
I'm great at pivoting.
You should really train me on how to do that because you said word for word that Karl-Anthony Towns was the best player on the playoffs.
He did not. Rewind it.
Okay, hold on, Matt Max, real quick. I'm okay. Here's the first lesson. Here's the first lesson in pivot. Casual. Don't pick up your dribble before you initiate your pivot. It's better to initiate your pivot before you start your dribble. So in your case, you picked up your dribble when you gave your criteria of a all-star, superstar, all-star. Yes, you did.
What are my criteria?
You said the only reason why we got to this, Casual, you said you count 3 tiers: superstar, all-star, and star. And Karl-Anthony Towns not even a hold on, let me finish. I'm about to get to it. I'm literally about to get to it, Casual. And you said he's not even a star player. So then that's when he was on the series of questions that you try to negate. Multiple time all-star, negate that. Multiple time All-NBA, negate that. Hold on. Like I said, Casual, I'm letting the people know how we got here. And then this last point. You said he put up empty stats that didn't do nothing. And then I said he was the best player on the team that got to the playoffs. Now that's negating the fact that it wasn't empty stats. So he didn't have hold on.
He did say playoff team. I just checked. He did say playoff team.
Thank you.
No, you said that.
You said that. I'm saying. You said playoff team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The best. Okay. Are y'all dense?
What
the
did
best player
I'm not saying I'm not being on any side. I'm just clarifying.
That means the regular season.
Wait a minute, Max. What did I say my criteria was? What did I say my criteria?
Okay, Casual.
No, Max. If he just says I don't know your criteria, can you explain your criteria for superstar, all-star, and star caliber players? I'll be happy to oblige. But the fact that you're sitting here saying that I said that's crazy. That's crazy.
Go ahead, Casual. I deflected the ball. Go ahead, Casual. You picked the dribble. I deflected the ball. Now you got a live dribble. Go ahead. Do you think?
Hey,
what is your criteria?
Casual. I want to know what the difference is between an all-star and a star. I consider them the same thing. But
no, he's about to explain it. He's about to explain it. He's about to explain it right now.
When it comes to superstars, I value superstars as far as players that can be the best player on teams that make deep postseason runs. So Jokic.
We don't need examples. He's not a superstar. Next one. All-star.
Okay. All-star is a player that is routinely making all-star teams, like all-star caliber player. Like they're an all-star caliber player that they're continuously going to make all-star teams. It's not even a question. Like Paul George is an all-star caliber player. Jimmy Butler is an all-star caliber player. Like those type of players. I think Jimmy Butler is always gonna be in contention.
Hold on.
Maybe not him now.
Jimmy Butler's better than an
years
All-Star.
past. Years past.
Jimmy Butler literally hasn't made All-Star game in the past 2 years. He is he is above that. He is.
No, I think he's an All-Star caliber.
I think Jimmy Butler is better than Joel Embiid. I don't care.
Now, what's a star? Just a star.
No, people. Go ahead. Let's get to the star. Let's get to the star. Let's get to the star. Is that home casual? I'll be fair to you. Is that your only criteria for All-Star?
No, that's not my only criteria. I will just get that.
Okay, continue. Finish.
You're nasty for that shot you said at Xeno. Okay, I just want to let you know.
No, I it's not towards Xeno. I just always say that just to let people know how.
Yeah. No, I get you. I get you. What also goes in the hand is how well you are as far as like leading your team into the postseason. Like you don't have to lead them to deep postseason runs, but lead them into the postseason. So being the best player on like a routinely team. So like for instance, DeMar DeRozan in his prime was an All-Star caliber player.
So Shea not a star.
Huh?
So Shea not a star. You can't call him a star yet.
No. We were about to get Mad Max. We were about to get into that. That's All-Star. No. Shea's not an All-Star. So far, Shea's not an All-Star. By your criteria, so far, it's not an All-Star.
Okay. I mean, I didn't really think about it, but sure. Okay. And then a star is a player that's just like they're putting up great numbers on teams that's like fringe, or they're making postseason runs, but it's not as consistent. Or they can be the second or third best player. Like I would consider, what's a good example?
Kyrie.
Watch this propaganda.
Tyler Hero.
Watch this.
Yeah, I know. Watch
Tyrese
this.
Maxey.
How does Cat not fit this mold though?
Hold on,
P5. Dang,
P5. P5. We get into the propaganda.
No,
I would finish.
Probably say,
Yeah, that's why you should.
Cat's a star.
It's that simple, bro. Like he's a star. Like come on.
No, that would probably be Cat. That would because I would what I was thinking. This is what I was thinking. I was about to say Bam. Because I think Bam for like the last 3 years has been like in the star range, like putting up good numbers, but he's not the best player on the
Cat
team.
better than Bam.
Bam is Cat's not better than Bam, man. Bam is the best player on the.
Cat is not better than Bam. But what Bam. No, he's not. But what Bam does for the Miami Heat, I think that you could make the argument that Karl-Anthony Towns sort of fits that mold with Minnesota. So that's what. And also, if I have to say Rudy Gobert's a star, because I was about to say Rudy Gobert's a star as well, then Cat has to also fit that mold as well. So that's
okay. So okay. Thank you for conceding the fact that Karl-Anthony Towns is a star. That's no issue. But I want to just let you know, based on the criteria that you set for your All-Star, that also matches Cat.
Yeah.
This is Cat's 9th season. Out of those 9 seasons, he was only healthy and eligible to make the All-Star team 6 of those seasons. So out of 6 of those seasons, he made 4.
When he was playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves, has he been a part of the team making postseason runs like on a consistent basis?
Every single time the Minnesota Timberwolves
making postseason runs, but getting to the postseason, has he been?
Every single time the Timberwolves franchise made the playoffs, Karl-Anthony Towns was a star player on those teams. That is a fact. Since KG,
he could be a star player.
That's a fact.
He could be a.
That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Comparing the Timberwolves to the Timberwolves. Come on, they're like the worst.
Like, what are we talking?
franchise
No, for real.
Yeah, they are the franchise. That's the point. That's exactly the point. That is exactly the point. The worst franchise in NBA history got to the playoffs 2 years with this guy being one of their best players.
Yeah, one of the best players and being the best player is 2 different things. Like I think.
Okay, my fault. Let me clarify. Minimum top 3 star player that we already alluded to. A star player on that team made the playoffs multiple times with him producing. That's a fact.
I said he's a star.
No, we already casual. We already acknowledged that. We already acknowledged that. I'm giving you the perennial All-Star appearances. Like I just said, out of 6 years he was qualified to get to, he made it 4 times. And then out of the 6 years.
Wait, but is that the only thing that I said?
No, I'm literally breaking down part by part what you're saying. You said perennial All-Star. As a guy who you could predict make the All-Star. You still said that.
Okay.
And then I'm alluding, like I keep repeating it, out of 6, because this is 9th year. Out of those 9 years, he's only eligible to make the All-Star team 6 out of those 9 years. because one was injury, another was COVID. So out of those years, he made 6 out of 4. We with me? So that's perennial all-star in the games that seasons that he was actually eligible to participate in. That's perennial all-star. And what was the other criteria, Casual? I hit on 2. What's the last one? You mentioned 3 for your all-star caliber.
And you probably can't name an all-star player that could have led them teams to the playoffs.
What's that again?
You probably can't name. Go ahead, Max. Sorry.
You probably couldn't name an all-star player that could have led them teams to the playoffs either. So,
what? The Minnesota Timberwolves?
Yeah. That's what he's asking for.
I mean, okay.
Cat did not lead them ever.
That's what I'm saying. He never led them. 1, and then 2, like I'm not.
He led them in 2022. He led them in 2022 to the playoffs.
He did, but they do revisionist history because Hardy. They doing revisionist history because Anthony Edwards had a better playoff series.
I got the series pulled up because y'all trying to do the Mandela effect.
No, exactly. Just because a player had a better series does not mean he led them to the playoffs. What?
Not at all.
He was a better. Anthony Edwards is better.
Anthony Edwards is a better player.
No, I understand, Casual. I understand to promote your narrative, you want to be disingenuous. But like I said, just because you had a better playoff series does not make you mean you led the team to the playoffs. What does that mean? That?
No. If that's your point, I don't really remember that season to the T.
Hey, real quick, Casual.
No, I remember that.
I remember the playoffs.
Casual, are you saying that
and it's the same?
Ant led the
he's not even an all. No, he's saying Cat is not an all-star. Which is literally impossible.
Wait. You study. Could you let Casual actually answer the question? So B5 asked that question again.
Casual, are you saying that Ant led them to the playoffs? Or are you just saying that he only had a better playoff series?
No, I'm saying he led them to the postseason.
You're lying.
No.
I'm saying at that. God damn, bro. Like, can I finish? Like one sentence?
You lying, but okay, go ahead. My fault. That's my fault, brother.
When it comes to the 2022 season, I think Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards were that of like the same ilk. I think the jump that Anthony Edwards made in the postseason is where I feel is where Anthony Edwards really cemented himself as the best player. But during the regular season, although I think that Anthony Edwards was the better player, I will concede that Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards were at the very least at most they were neck and neck. It could go either way.
I think they're
Cat had 2 bad games in a 7-game series.
No. It was deeper than that.
I'll say 3. I'll say 3. Yeah, 2 good. Yeah, 2 good games, 1 average game, and 3 bad games.
He had a 7-point game where we won, and he had 13, 14 rebounds. Okay, we won. Who cares? 7 points. He did his job.
Okay.
Hey man, he's not an all-star. You know, a four-time all-star, a 2-time All-NBA guy, a career 20 and 10 guy. It's not an all-star. You're right.
But I will say this. I do agree with Sturdy on this one. Casual. Cat is a star caliber player. He always has.
I said he's a star caliber player. I don't think he's an all-star caliber player.
I think he's an all-star.
I think this season is not.
I think that's fine if you feel like that. Like I'm not finna sway anybody on any of my opinions. I mean, I've had this conversation with Xeno, I've had it with Rodney, I've had it with Darrel. Like I'm not gonna sway anybody's opinion. But on the same token, when it comes to Karl Anthony Towns specifically, no, I think especially right now, I would concede he's a star caliber player, especially if I have to give the same nod to players that's in the same tier as him. But after that, no, I'm not, because I believe when it comes to superstars and all-star caliber players, it's only so many that can get that name tag. It's only so many.
Exactly. There's only 24. There's only 24 guys either.
I did want to say to you, Justin, is that I've always had that issue with your list, because I feel like flipping certain things around would have allowed you to be able to be more. It would have made much more sense. Like, you know how I list things when it comes to superstars, all NBA, and then star level, and then I kind of just
you do all NBA caliber players though.
Yeah, but all NBA is just players that you would say, okay, they have these seasons that they're clearly better than All-Star caliber, because when your All-Star caliber is multiple All-Star seasons,
which Cat has.
to me, that makes no sense, because you could be an All-Star caliber player, right? Which is that you have multiple All-Star seasons and still not necessarily be better than someone else, because they haven't had the time to consistently be an All-Star caliber player. Like, for example, Shea has had maybe last season he was like an All-Star, I was called an All-Star player, and then this season he's a superstar. So, but he wouldn't fit under your category. Like, you get what I'm saying? I know those. I know that's very. Yeah, let me. I let you. No problem. But after that, yeah, like your system for All-Star kind of has to be longevity wise, where the rest of them is kind of static, and that's what kind of throws people off. But yeah, go ahead, Max.
I said that's why trying to have consistency when you rank your stuff in basketball don't work. You always run into your own logic.
You're lagging, bro.
You're lagging, bro.
You said you always run into your own logic when you ranking basketball players.
That's why consistency.
No, to avoid that, just be honest with yourself. Set a criteria and be consistent with that criteria. That's it.
What Max is saying, you
can't be consistent.
Everyone has their own.
Why not?
Because everyone.
No, everyone does. Everyone does. Okay.
No, he's not.
I'm gonna say it slowly.
Hold on, Max. Can you please explain what you mean?
I heard what he said.
No. He hasn't got to explain what he mean when he was saying that, because he started breaking up. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right.
So say you ranking players up, breaking them down. That's how you rank players. Mm-hmm. Who better on offense? Who better on defense? Steph Curry. And it's like, okay, so where do I put Steph Curry? You feel me? But you're trying to be consistent with your rankings, but you'll still have Steph Curry top 3. It's not possible to be consistent because there's outliers in the game of basketball. It's just people that defy your consistency.
Is there a problem with me ranking players by overall impact? Because I think that's the easiest way.
That's not a problem. It just be consistent with it. That's it.
No. I'm talking to Max though, because if I go by overall impact, Max, is me having Curry in the top 3 and Embiid like lower than Curry? Is that me being inconsistent, or like having Jokic over Embiid?
Embiid has more. Who has had more impact this year, Embiid or Curry?
No, not okay. This year in particular, Embiid, but like from an overall standpoint, from like even last year, the years before, is me having Embiid.
I mean, outside of 2022, you don't got a case for Curry over Embiid.
I feel like Max, you're missing the point. He's essentially saying, if someone is better on one side than someone, if someone's giving you the value,
yes. I agree, people.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. That's because I was trying to use a
one-sided player
example, but it wasn't working. So someone can be better on one side of the ball than the other person being better on two sides.
Back in the day.
Yeah. That's his whole point with P5. I get what you're saying, Max, but I feel like there's still certain criteria that you can use, and even if you do say, oh, there's outliers, that's the whole point of outliers. That you're always gonna have players in your ranking that defy your logic. But I feel like as long as that doesn't get to the point where it's like everybody, I think your logic can still stand. That's like, for example, people's thought process on skill, like teams that are not, how do I say this? There's certain teams that people didn't believe could win, but then they started winning. But like, for example, the Nuggets, people didn't think a team with not a top 10 defense could win the chip, but the Nuggets was able to win. Does that not mean that pretty much the role is still not you need to be a top 10 defense? No, you still do need to be that elite as a defensive team. It's just that the Nuggets was able to break that mold because of how unstoppable their offense was. You get what I'm saying, Max? So they're always going to be outliers with whatever you do in life or whatever you do in the way you rank stuff. But as long as that outlier doesn't become the norm, it should be, to be honest, kind of fun.
An outlier. Outlier.
And I agree. I agree. That's what I'm saying.
When I rank players, I care about their fit, skill set, play style, personality, and like the thing that matters the most is just results. What happened? Like that's all you can go off of.
All right. So for the is there anything else you guys want to bring up?
I did want to ask who y'all think the biggest All-Star snubs were, because I think I missed that part.
Trae Young to me.
Trae Young and De'Aaron Fox. Fuck that DHO merchant.
Jesus.
I'm done. I'm done. Like, I don't see how that makes any sense to punish a player for the system they run. Like,
I'm a hater of the Sabonis. Don't mind me.
What's crazy?
No, I get it. But I'm about to tell you, Xeno. Like, if I'm going to punish Sabonis for being DHO merchant, I can do the same thing for Maxey. But I'm not going to.
Hey, if you've been listening to me, I've already said I don't think Maxey should have been an All-Star this season. So
can we do?
You can't throw that shit. You can't throw that shit to me.
Wow.
I will agree with you. Don't do that to me now.
But can we do the same thing for the person receiving the DHO? Can we call them a DHO merchant?
Because if, for example, right, if it's like De'Aaron Fox has clearly shown that even when the DHO is not working, he can create his own shot consistently and run an offense without it. So I don't think, as long as the person that's receiving DHO is able to show that he can be by himself a creator for the team and himself, then I don't see the problem with that.
Sabonis doing a lot of more free-form playmaking this year. It ain't just DHOs.
Oh yeah, as I said, Max, I'm a hater. You know I hate Sabonis. Yeah. Why are you even asking this?
I don't like him either, but I had to watch the games and I was like, oh, okay, so he passed and he's making nice crisper passes, making bounce passes, running the system. Okay,
that's the biggest. That's his biggest improvement this year. Like, he's starting to anticipate gaps in the defense now and converting them better.
All right. As much as I want to carry on this live has been gone for 4 hours and 8 minutes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was about to cut this shit when it was 3 hours and 30 minutes because I ain't trying to.
You might as well do a 24-hour stream, bro.
Nah.
Well, we trying to get y'all ready for that. We trying to get y'all to the big leagues, the WrestleMania, 24-hour stream, baby.
Fuck out of here, bro. Anyways, it's good. we right here with Mr. P5 in the middle.
Yes.
Meet Max himself in the bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
A Sturdy in the bottom right.
Yeah.
And the nigga that loves to just bring up that XYZ players better than Embiid to piss me off. Mar.
Yeah.
Is episode 3 of HOOPSTERS podcast. Thank you guys for coming
through.
Hey,
Xeno, hold on, Xeno.
God damn.
Go ahead. I don't know what I'm gonna do with your boy Embiid, bro. All these injuries, bro.
Y'all rather Jimmy Butler or Joel Embiid?
He's gonna be
all right. Yeah. So it's been very fun for you guys.
Would y'all rather have Jimmy Butler or Joel Embiid?